Sound.
Okay. I think we're live now.
Can you hear us? Is there
Can you hear us?
sound?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you
Keith
hear
is
me?
not nice. He's not nice at all. He
I
picks
know, we're
on
so
us.
unprofessional.
He picks
I
us.
never
Picks.
said I was professional.
Well, we have a live producer now specifically to help us with
Yeah,
this
I mean,
stuff.
it's someone
There's
else's job.
there's too many other things to worry about for us to have to worry about that as well. But here we
Look
are
at his
worrying
post.
about it because we don't have anybody else to run it. I don't want to bug Derek. He's got stuff to do. How's everybody
Yeah.
doing? Did you do any more
I'm doing
painting?
good. No,
No, I
nothing.
did. I finished the Hulk, and I worked a lot on Captain Marvel, which is great. But boy, oh boy, big hint: don't do it in low light, and make sure you're wearing readers if you don't. If you do, because
Okay.
well, there's some fixing I got to do. But what happened was, is I put my glasses. I turned on the light and put some readers on. I took Nikki's readers off her sewing kit, and I looked and like none of the colors were to the edge. The red wasn't to the edge. You know, he's like, looked good to me. The last time I did that without a lot of light and readers was when I was with Sebastian, and those actually turned out okay. I was lucky, but maybe there was more light. But man, I was doing it at night, and I absolutely should have done it during the with some light. The cool thing is I worked on Hulk's base. You can't really see it, but I did a little dry brushing
Yeah, I
on
can see.
the steel beam, and then I put some verdigris. You know, they have GW has a technical paint or something like that that gives it a little bit of green patina. So it looks cool. It
neat.
looks like it's copper, you know,
Rusty.
like metal, brass, or, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be iron, but like whatever, steel. But that was
What
rad.
what red did you use for Captain Marvel? Did you use the Flesh Terror?
No, yes. Yes.
Because I mean, I used
Blood
I think I
Angels.
used the Blood Angels red, and it's really dark. I mean, it really is dark.
Okay, well, so is this one. And I mean, dude,
Yeah.
I airbrushed her head light. So, I mean, basically, there might be another red we could use that's maybe a little bit more orange. I'm not on camera here. There might be another red you can use that's a little bit more orange, which would probably be good. But I mean, the head was white. Like, I really made it white for the.
It's interesting how dark that got.
Yes, and it was I believe it was mostly a single coat except for up front, which you can maybe see that it kind of got a little bit bolder. But yeah, the other issue is this one just had a lot of, because of the zenithal highlights, I was trying to get this ribbon lighter, and I just overdid the airbrushing. And I did go back and I did finish all these others, and I worked on Black Widow's face, so I didn't have the darkness that you were having. You know what I mean? I was trying to like give it so that she didn't look like she had a 5 o'clock shadow.
Did you have 5 o'clock shadow?
So I think I got it pretty good. It's not too much, but then I worked on the Red Skull, you know, trying to get his skull white. And look at that. I mean, there's some dark spots on there, but it'll be
Right.
fine.
Yeah, yeah. It'll be fine.
But yeah, I
Oh,
got
let me.
that ready to go.
I
And
gotta
then
turn my other camera on.
I got chubby Captain America together. He's pretty good. I tried to work on Iron Man. I blew it, right? I was supposed to like try to do the silver dry brushing, and I airbrushed it, and I was like, oh, well, too late now. I mean, I could still maybe do a little bit on his, I mean, you know, the whole thing should look metallic, but whatever. I may thin, since the red was such a nightmare, I may thin the red and see what I get. I did Taskmaster, which I don't know him, so, but he's got some shadows. Now, he's a villain, so that seemed kind of cool. And then, you know, I got the cloak a little highlighted. I got the sword with I tried to do a 50-50 kind of a highlight on it, on the sword, and it looks pretty good. Not so much here, but see this sword, this here the sword is like leaning up into the light. So to me, I thought it should be lighter. I might do like a split on the contrast on that. I did Ultron. I used the Games Workshop handle that has, it's like a ladder with a bunch of rubber bands that you can put across, and then you just drop the minis in. And
It's like a painter stick with rubber bands.
yeah,
Right?
and this is how it holds it. It just holds it the rubber band holds the base, so it doesn't even have to go across it. And you know, I'm always painting this black anyway, so what do I care? Turned out really cool the way that works, and I'm able to do them all. I'm trying to figure out what to do for the dye here. I kind of want to do it in a red. Again, it's probably going to have to be thinned out a lot to make that work. And then I'm going to have to do the pips, which will be awesome. So I have to figure out if I just want to do them straight white or whatever. Again, I'm trying to make these quick. I spent a lot more time on this than I'd wanted to. And I spent a good amount on Hulk. I was happy with his face. His hair turned out a little bit glossy, which I guess is cool. Shiny hair. Hulk takes care of his hair. I also worked on the pants. I worked on the pants, although it may not be visible on the camera, but I dry brushed white on his thigh and on his rear end a little bit here. And then I went over it with the other purple that we have, which is the Magos purple contrast. And that makes them look a little bit more purple. I'm not sure it really shows up on camera, but they looks pretty good here. I do need to paint the edge of the base black, which is what I like to do. I'm trying to figure out what to do on this quarter on Ant-Man, because I kind of like it. If I can maybe dry brush a little bit of silver on it, just leave it as it is, I might do that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think I need to use the contrast medium to lighten the stuff. There might be some other color reds. I should look it up before I paint any more red. The problem is, like, everything I have uses red. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like almost every one of these minis has red on it. So I really liked your red skull, though, dude. Maybe I can get away with that.
Yeah, the red skull's all right. That's probably the best one so far for me. The Black Widow looks undead, Keith said. It's undead Black Widow.
Well, I'm not sure that I got it any better, but I did do a lot of airbrushing in her face to try to get it, you know, into the realm of not looking like 5 o'clock shadow. But since she's going to be mostly black, did you paint the little red hourglass on her chest? No, you didn't.
No, I should drop in there.
Better get some white paint on there and then put the red back on it. I got to look it up.
I'm looking again at the pictures.
But these will all look fantastic on the table.
There's not a lot of reds in the group. It's basically Flushed Hair Red, which is that really dark red. Blood Angels Red, a little lighter, and then orange. I mean, there's no reds.
Huh. Well, maybe thinning it out will help it. Again, we're trying to use it in a different manner than what they suggest, I guess. You know what I mean? Yeah. I also didn't have a pink. I just made this one, but it's a little too pink. I'm going to work on her face a little bit. It was a little sloppy. I also made her nose. It's not. I have to have the pink go up a little bit higher, because I thought it was only the tip of the nose, but it's a little bit more.
So message in the chat. Hi guys, just want to say thank you for making board gaming so approachable and fun. I started the pandemic with 1 or 2 board games, and now I'm about a 40.
All right.
Got my family through shelter in place. Looking forward to going to some cons when things open up more.
Wow.
Thank you. Denley Music. Keith gifted a sub there. I'm not sure why our alerts don't work.
Is it green screen? Did we get this fixed here? Is he? Oh yeah, it's still got the.
What? So,
we should just save the project regardless. I know you want to start from scratch.
I should save it as a different project.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I mean.
I think I can.
But I really am having fun painting, and I'm telling you, I'm painting everything with this one brush. I never used a large brush before like this. This is what Sam Lenz, which is a friend of Adam's, recommends. It's a 4, which is pretty big. It's got fat belly, but the tip is pretty good. I mean, this is a golden Taklon that's nice. I still haven't even used my Bombwick, det cords yet. I will use those. They're pretty awesome.
Can you try the Hulk again?
Yeah, sure.
Or leave the Hulk up there so I can see if
no problem.
Huh. That's so weird.
But yeah, he turned out good. It was really, I was excited. It was much better. I mean, Captain Marvel's okay. I'm going to probably do a few little techniques on her with some of the gold, and I've got some things to touch up, but I will be switching. I won't be able to look at the camera as much. I'll be guessing here because I will be putting on readers. It definitely makes a big difference for me. I'm pretty good. I can see like this, but when I put on like these 2-time magnifiers, it's way better. My doctor's like, well, you'll be able to read for the rest of your life, but my distance vision is terrible. I'm sitting too far back on this chair. So we had the episodes, season 9 go up, which was great.
Yeah,
did you like the outtakes?
Yeah.
I thought they were fun, and I think those probably work. You know what I mean? I might try to do some things like that from now on when we have fun stuff, because what I do is that little bit of outtake at the very end is just before the last 20 seconds. I just go back 20 seconds exactly, and then cut it and then insert it. Derek put a little music bed underneath it, which I'm not really a fan of, but I was like, let's leave it and see how it goes. He was being creative. I ended up going pretty much all in on the Marvel X-Men I was
wondering if you would.
Yeah, I'm a sucker. It wasn't any more expensive to do it, and I just thought it was a good idea. The secret is I'm always green screened. I'm having fun with doing these, but I mean, now it'll be hundreds of minis to paint, but, or something like that. It's a lot. And I was saying the other day, I don't even know them all, but I thought, well, I'll get it. I did not back the cardboard things. I did back the tokens. I don't know. I'm afflicted. So this week was
I backed it all.
Pretty much. I didn't get any of the
Then
cardboard.
I won't regret not backing something if you bounce back at all.
I will kind of agree with the cardboard. It's not great on those mats that they have, but I'm like, come on, man. I already got enough stuff and store that too. It's fine. I could always fix it, but that's another, I think, like $70 to add on the cardboard locations or more. I'm just like, this is not worth it. I already have the content. The tokens were a bit of a foolish thing. I would have rather had like Geek Up tokens, but they'll never let us do Geek Up tokens. But I also, so this is like, I spent more in the last 3 days on games than I probably have spent in the last 2 or 3 years. It's probably a little bit of an exaggeration, but I got Ticket to Ride, France and Old West, which I had not got the expansion yet. I mean, it was either like way too expensive or sold out all the time. I got Ticket to Ride Japan. Both of those were like 2020 releases. I got Ticket to Ride. I finally remember, Scott, when I bought Ticket to Ride Rails and Sails at a good price, and then they sent me Ticket to Ride My First Journey. It was on sale for about the same price, maybe even a few dollars less. So like, it's an $89 game, I believe, and it was $50 some from Amazon, $55, $54. So I bought that again. We'll see if this time it's specifically from Amazon. The other time it was another seller. So we'll see if I get it this time. And then I bought Uli Blenneman's latest Squaring Circleville Kickstarter. Yep. I get Uli stuff all the time, and I got to admit it's probably easier just to do this, even though we might still get some in the BGG store. I don't like not knowing. Like, I blew it on a couple, and then I think I was able to get them later. Sands of Time, I finally got. I bought it in Germany, and I was like, okay, I'm happy to get it. I don't care. And then I don't know. I like the idea of his pre-orders, but doing it on Kickstarter is more accessible to most folks. And then I bought all this Marvel, right? So that's another $230, I think, or something like that.
That's some cashola for that. What's been going down lately? What blue did you use for Captain Marvel?
Oh, I used that Tesslar blue, which is really great.
Tesslar blue. Oh, yeah, I got the beads, I got the BBs, and I got the shaker.
You did get, which shaker did you get? Did you get the one?
Yeah, same one as you.
Awesome.
Some Lab.
Yeah, Lab Genius. Is it exactly the same?
So here's the ball.
Yeah.
It's the same. Yeah, I'm a little strapped on. I can't move it. I'm at the limits of my plug, so it's off camera.
Does it have the blue top as well?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Because I think they have a couple different models.
I think I just searched. There you go.
Thanks. Same. The Hulk turned out good. He, the face actually wasn't too bad. I mean, I can't even believe I got the eyes. Like, I'm really terrible about that. Like, I used some new techniques. I used for me, I did some, like the heavy duty holding it with 2 hands, resting my elbows on the table, and then I just got the tip of the brushes, and I used this big brush. I mean, this The 4 is actually pretty strong here. It doesn't necessarily look so big here on camera, but when you're using it, it's large for me. I'm used to using, these tiny little brushes, which are great, but they're not great for, they don't hold any paint. It's kind of hard to even see. I mean, that's a teeny brush. And I have plenty of them, so it's not like I need to. So I bought like paint kits in the past times and got like, a whole wooden box full of paint that was really kind of cool. It was a Canadian company, and they had a bunch of brushes in there. So I have tons of brushes. When I backed the Redgrass Kickstarter the last time, I tried their sable brushes, and then I got the Monument brushes recently, and then I also purchased, well, I don't even see them in here. I purchased more of these. I got them on eBay. The brand is Zem. And it's nice. It's a nice brush. It cleans well. It's holding its point so far. I've used it a few times now. That's still not a lot of times. And also,
hey, pool boy for hire.
Hey.
OC Brad is here, by the way.
Hey.
Yeah, lots of people here tonight.
It's pretty great using the mixer, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you hear it?
Oh yeah. The only downer is I bought this recently. This Rised Rust. This stuff dries so fast. I mean, it's already dry paint, right? But like, you can't even apply it. It's just ridiculous. And it's not cheap for this stuff. And for it to be like gelatin now, I'm like, well, this isn't any good. I got got color off on it, but ugh. And I have a gold one too. Let's see if I have it here. I do have the gold one.
Keith said he canceled his pledge.
Really?
I don't think he likes
Is he not enjoying the game?
I don't think he likes the game. Am I speaking right?
This one,
Keith?
This one here was dumb. This is a silver that I bought, and it's totally, it's wet in there still, but it's a gelatin mass. Really dumb. These dry paints. I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily worth it, because I had gold too. Is that one? This one here? Oh yeah. I want to bet this is gel too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at least paint comes off. I think maybe it's just the way it works, but I don't like it. The orange was definitely the bad one, the rust. I haven't tried the gold and the silver for a long time. I did the gold on that one I've had for about a year and a half. But yeah, we've had a lot of good responses on the video, which was nice. Hey, it's Bromers. Is it Nick or Mike? Murph. I hope it's Nick. He's been I hope so. I gave him one of these paint stations, so hopefully he's been going out and painting. I was trying to put everything on one. It's both. All right. It's Thursday. They're getting ready to stream, or maybe they're already streaming. No, they're getting ready to stream. The week is all screwed up. To me, it's Wednesday still. Dang. Doing it on our channel, but that dangs. We got to do the dab off though. I like their dab off, and I like the sound of. You can hear the sound of their arms hitting their foreheads. It's pretty great. Yeah. So I looked at This is the shining, the rich gold. Where's the other gold? There's like a.
Is her face blue?
Whose face?
No, her face is not blue, is it? Is it skin?
No, it's skin.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I painted it blue.
You painted her face blue?
Yeah, by accident.
Oh.
I'm going to have to fix that. Can I get it off now, you think? No, it won't work. It's dry.
Is it drying? How long has it been?
Yeah, it's like a minute.
Just put some water on it, because it doesn't matter. You're going to get rid of it. Put some water on it and brush your brush around. The shortest brush you have. You need some crappy brushes too, by the way. You'll get there.
Yeah,
your good brushes will be crappy soon enough.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get it off of there.
I got annoyed with a $100 game being added on to up it to $300. I'm with you, Keith.
She's been taken over by the curry.
I'm too.
Wow, that dried really fast. It's totally solid now. I cannot get it off. Oh well.
If you keep it wetting it and working at it with a brush, it'll probably break down. It's so quickly on.
Oh, it's totally on.
It's not coming off. Okay, but
no.
But yeah,
I thought it was it's kind of weird. Why does that look wrong? Because
my
it is
Captain
wrong.
Marvel. See, look, she's got a pink face.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a Kree. She's been, yeah. She bleeds blue now, so I guess that at least in the movie she did. Make her into a Skrull. Well, those would be green, wouldn't they? At least from the movie's standpoint. Looks like there's a little bit of space in there that I did not do. It's going to be hard to see anyway. Again, these will be pretty cool on the table. That's really what I'm shooting for. That's what I was shooting for. I'm not really sure about her little booties, how those work.
I might switch to a different character because she's actually kind of complicated here.
Oh, dude, no joke. I mean, that is the reality about what I was doing.
It's way more complicated than I think I'm capable of doing.
So this is one of the red grass, the older. I like that they've already got a new iteration. This is one of their older wet palettes from a couple years ago, I guess. Now I don't. The years have all blended together, but I didn't realize I'd used it, and it was. I opened it up and it was still wet, still the paint was still going, and
from a couple years ago.
Yes. And it didn't smell like mildew, so I was blown away. I'm not really sure why that was the case, because that just, I mean, I didn't even realize I used it. That's what's crazy. It's pretty awesome. But they have a new one. The neat thing about the new one is that the paper is reusable, the film. It's reusable at least 4 times, according to them, and if you're careful with it, so they've had more than 10 uses. The papers they give you that you put on your foam are good, but they're thin. And I use vellum on my regular old palettes that I have. These came out just before the Army Painter ones. The Army Painter ones are like $25 list or something like that. It's a pretty good deal. But
that's what I bought.
Yeah, it's such a good deal. And it seems like it's nice, you know what I mean? It's worth it. It's worth it. We got a lot of people. Well, that's right. Of course, the Brothers Murph. They got this month's Best of BGG done already for me. So that's what I get to do afterwards, is do all the stuff for that.
Oh, cool. I love the show. If they're still here, I hadn't really talked to them about it.
They probably.
I really love the format they came up with.
They might still be here. They got few minutes. They're probably getting ready, getting it together. I'm so mad. It was exciting. So next week's going to be all of the Kinderspiels, because those are, like we found out
like a week ago.
No, we found out on Tuesday, right? That was, Annie looked it up for me, that the awards are announced on the 13th. So for some reason I had it the 17th, and that the SDJs were the 19th of July, but I got that wrong. So I need to.
I should paint Yondu, but I don't have him primed. I need somebody easy. Groot. I'm doing Groot.
Well, you've got a lot more.
Easy, right?
You got a lot more prime than I do. You've got all the main boxes. I still have all of the main boxes to paint except for this one. But I just wanted to get. I want these done to be ready for game night.
Yeah, you're gonna shoot an episode. Yeah.
Yeah, with these.
So Groot is brown, right?
Yeah, you can use that. I would thin it out.
Snake white leather.
That might be too brown, but maybe not. You should just. Here's the
deal. Let me look at the.
Put it on the edge of the base. If you've got white on there, you know what I mean? Because you're going to paint that black anyway. See what if you got some zenithal highlights, see what it looks like there, because that is my new standard. I'm really disappointed that I went gung-ho with Captain Marvel here, because I mean, it looks cool regardless. She's bloody, got blood red look to her. Let's see, is she in the shot? Yeah, she is.
Interesting. Snakebite leather is not on this.
I'm looking at our stream.
No, it's snakebite leather. I like snakebite leather. It's light enough. It's more of a tan, not a dark brown.
Yep.
Going for it. Keith likes the in focus. Thanks, Keith. Yeah, they do a good job on that too.
Oh yeah, those guys are great.
Let's close this one up.
We have a queue of them because we did 3 for I think we put out only one of them so far for lifestyle, but we had things. I actually put a how to play last week for the Quest Stars of the, what is it called?
Yeah, I want to
Keepers
play
of the Quest Star. Keepers of the Quest Star. And I put out the the In Focus this week. I thought was good. And then we've got there's more stuff. Oh, there's one that's the 16th. I got to look that one up and see what day that is. They want it to go live. It's a game that hasn't been announced. People probably know a little bit, like they've been hinting at stuff. But that was exciting. Although Eric was asking me when I was going to put it live, and because he was trying not to have overlap, and I'm like, well, they paid for this, so it's going to go out exactly when they want it.
Which one?
If you want I can't say the game yet.
Oh, okay.
I think reveals are coming like after the 5th. Like people can tease it, and then the 10th, I think you can go out with content, and then our video is going to go live on the 16th.
What did you get the Robin Hood yet?
No, not yet. I have tracking for it though. I need to look at it and see what that is. Okay, so the 13th. Boy, I don't like this calendar. So the 16th is.
Just gonna go for it.
Wednesday. Okay, so Saturday Wednesday the 16th. Very cool. Groot. Well, he's gonna be great, dude. You're gonna be done with him in about a minute.
Yeah. I need some successes here.
Oh, you're doing fine.
Keep my painting morale up.
I'm trying to decide if I should try to.
It looks nice when it's going. Yeah. Looks nice,
those. I mean, it's just like those. I didn't bring them back out. The, gosh, I can never remember, Yggdrasils or whatever stuff from the 40K that was really great. Well, I think I'm going to try to do. Black Widow here. Let's see if it will go. I'm hoping.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if I should thin her hair. Now, which color did you use on her hair? Was it the same thing? I think you did.
I used the. I should have written everything down.
Flesh Terrors.
I think I used the Flesh Terrors.
Did you use Blood Angels Red on Red Skull?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that looked pretty darn good, man.
Yeah.
What was it was just a little too orange for you or something?
No, it looks great. I'm happy with it.
Well, maybe I'll go with the red. Well, both of these are going to have like similar treatments. I'm just trying to decide whether I should go with the green for the coat, like Keith was saying for Red Skull's coat. I don't know if I even have that kind of green. I need to actually airbrush a mini just to have him airbrushed. To test colors on. I really should just finish Captain Marvel, but I want to paint some finish here.
Yeah, the Groot's coming out nice. Looks good. It's
Yeah,
interesting because it looks a little darker to me than what it looks like. I mean, I'm looking at the 720p camera, so I'm not really sure what it looks like. But on camera, it looks a little lighter than what it is in reality.
Here we go. I should
go
try this.
In all the nooks and crannies.
The nooks and crannies. Okay, so there's some red I could try right there.
Cool.
Oops, I got caught on Captain America and Iron Man they're fighting again. They're having their civil war here. Oh yeah, I should have used this color on wow, I really should have used this color on Captain Marvel. Oh well.
Which red? Blood Angels?
The Blood Angels, yeah.
Could you just go over it again with it, or will
No.
I make it not too?
I'd have to paint it white again. I'd have to highlight, paint it and highlight it white or whatever. It's okay. I don't want to paint it again. It's totally fine. It's part of what I want to promote is that you don't have to go crazy. You can get a lot of table presence without killing yourself.
Right.
And it will be impressive. It's like we were saying the other day. It's way more impressive than the gray minis on the table.
Using the wrong color is what makes it art. Thank you, Bridgewater Me says that.
Well, again, we don't need to match. You don't need to match the.
No, I know. Are there any like websites out there to get paint for service? I guess Fiverr, right?
Yeah,
Where you could hire paint people to paint.
Squidmar did that
That's
whole
sort of where.
video
Yeah,
about
because
it
I
where
remember
he
that
got
guy
a
did
ton
that
of
thing. Yeah.
views. It really turned him around because I used to watch a bunch of guys when there were only 4 or 5,000 subscribers. Midwinter Minis is another great painter and fun, a neat character guy, and he's now I think his name is Guy. He it is Guy from Midwinter Minis. He does it full time now. He's a musician too. I think he was working in a studio, and now he's just doing it full time, which is great. Because last year was the year of everybody getting going and painting minis. That's why so much of this stuff. I'm doing this off screen. What a boob. Everybody's doing it to get a bunch of stuff. Their opportunity to get the painting going, and they were doing full armies and stuff. I was kind of jealous I wasn't getting it together.
I need to move my camera like a little closer to me. Maybe
I just tilted
then
it,
I'm,
Scott.
I'm arcing forward a bit.
I know. I tilted the camera above because I can easily reset it. When we film again.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, this isn't easy enough to fix. I might as well just do this.
Yeah. I think Groot's looking good, man. I'm liking it.
Groot. But yeah, I think that the contrast paints do a
Chartreuse.
pretty great job to get something going on here. Of course, I'm now starting to overdo it on the Red Skull.
I wonder if I think the focus is picking up on other things in the background. Here, let me move my background out.
He looks bloody. Of course, I think the Red Skull looked kind of bloody in the movie too.
Yeah. I fell asleep during this movie.
Captain America?
Captain America. The first
Okay,
one.
so the first time I saw it,
Winter Soldier is I think Winter Soldier might be like my favorite Captain America movie.
I really like it too, but so I went to the theater. We had high expectations for it. It was Joe Johnston, a ILM guy who worked on Star Wars and stuff. He also painted the Rocketeer. Hey, look what I don't have on my paint. This is terrible. I'm overdoing it.
Looks good.
He did the Rocketeer, which is kind of thematically similar, as far as time and look.
Who?
The Rocketeer.
I know. There's a line in the movie where she goes, "Rocka who?"
So I was hopeful, and I didn't really like it. And now watching it later, I like it a lot more. Plus, I purchased a 3D disc, and it looks pretty great. There's his head. Although I think he looks closer here, so it looks pretty good there. You can see it.
Yeah,
He's
good.
bloody. Didn't like
bloody.
Winter Soldier. Keith is just the contrarian, is he not?
What? Me and Keith, I always think I have so much in common with Keith, but I really don't. We have many differences, which is fine.
Of course. But yeah, I really like the Winter Soldier. I like Robert Redford in that. Being a bad guy. Heck, isn't that the one that come on, that Gary Shandling's in too?
Yeah.
I know he's Iron Man, I think, on that one.
He whispers and he goes, "Hail Hydra."
Hail Hydra. Yeah.
Hail Hydra.
I'm
done with Groot. Done.
Pretty much. You got to do his base though.
I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, just a bit. I'm missing. There's some spots I'm missing here.
I could totally tell they have the ball inside the monument because it's on the bottom of this ink. I can see it. The ink is, I wanted to try one of their inks, and of course all of them were sold out, as was, almost everything you want from hobbies this last year. And so they only had yellow. I'm like, well, I'll buy the yellow. Haven't tried it yet. But I love that they put the little ball bearing in there.
This might look good with a little bit of dry brushing.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely, dude.
I gotta buy some more paint. I don't have any of the base color paints.
Yeah, you didn't. You bought a few. You bought black.
I just bought I got the black from
Monument, yeah. But their black is way better than the one from Games Workshop. And so is their white.
Can you just dry brush it with white? Or I have ivory. Maybe that'll be the right color.
Ivory's pretty good. If you have a very, 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 very light amount of paint on it, it would probably work.
Okay. I'm going to try that.
It has to be a tremendously...
I've got light umber. light umber.
That's probably too dark.
But yeah, it's pretty dark.
I would like to get more of the monument paints. I don't, here's my problem. I have too many, you know, like everything that I do, I have too many paints. So I need to, he's drying up pretty good. His skull looks cool. Man, that's rad. That's rad.
Groot's done.
Groot. I'm Groot.
Should
You
I
know,
just do the
it's.
base now?
I should look and see what they did for. Yeah, you should do the. Well, give it a moment or two, and then
Just
do the
and
base.
finish it up. I've been doing the bases with the gray.
Yeah, that's what I did here. That's what I did on this one here, and it looks pretty good. Actually, I can do it right here. You can see it. Well, it looks pretty good.
The
That's
basilicum gray. Basilicum
Yeah,
gray.
the basilicanum gray. I think that's what it's called, isn't it? Basilicanum gray. Yeah.
Basilicum gray.
Yeah, it's. I just because I had so much highlight on here because of trying to get this ribbon to be a little bit better looking when I was painting it. Of course, it looks better than it's brighter, so I did get a lot of white down there. And then I just put that on, and it looks great. It really looks good. Also, I don't.
Oh yeah,
I
I
think
should do black eyes.
I showed it on
Or
the
does Groot have
stream,
red
but
eyes?
I didn't really fix it. But I did fix it. But on Hulk, there was like a big old coffee stain right here of the green, and all I did was paint a little bit of gray. I just made some gray out of black and white paint that I had, put it on there, and then put the green back over it, and it looks perfectly fine. I mean, it's like way better than having a coffee stain. So it is fixable
I
when
don't
they.
see any leaves on him.
Any leaves? Oh, well,
He doesn't have any leaves sticking out.
that
of
is
him.
a detail that they probably don't, Okay, well, there you go. His head's pretty dry. It looks okay. It's a little splotchy. Again, he looks kind of bloody and stuff, so it's probably pretty good. At least he's red enough. Probably should put a little bit of matte sheen on him, to give him a little bit of
shininess.
bloodiness. Yeah, a little wet bloodiness. Wet bloodiness. Okay, let me look at. Hey, it's mixing.
Pretty cool. Yeah, Groot does have black eyes. I mean, I guess if he's mad, they might turn red. I'll do black.
But using that mixer is pretty much the bomb, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, hey, I'm done. And you get it mixed. If you've got all those bearings, I need to bring mine out. If you put one in each one of these things, it goes much, much faster. I could have swore I brought the gold out from Games Workshop, from Citadel, because I did purchase one of their shining gold. I must have just set it aside. I think it's called Shining Gold. I think that's the old one. It's probably whatever this name is. Sigmar, nah, this is Sigmarite, I don't know. I have two, this is the fine example of like making sure I remembered I needed this gold paint and I bought it twice. And it's the dry brush stuff, so I'm probably screwed. I'll have two gelatinous blobs of gold that I'll never use. Boy, you're right, his stuff is red, green. His coat.
Well, I mean, it could be black.
Hey, there's a guy painted one right here. It's on Board Game Geek. Let's go visit it and see what he did. His looks nice. His skull's is smoother. Here's what his looks like.
Oh yeah,
And it's
fantastic.
gray.
How do they get that detail in the eyes?
They're good.
the
They're
teeth?
good painters, dude. And these are big eyes comparatively, and I will never be able to do that. So partly what he, well, I don't know. The guy's a good painter, clearly. I love all the detail that they, these are relatively low detail, but they look great. I wonder what this sash is going, maybe that's just his coat folded over. I guess it is. I'm figuring it out here. But yeah, that skull, it's not as red as I would like it, but it looks great. Here's another angle. Oops, I clicked through. That looks pretty good. That is great.
That is a really good one.
Here we go. Well, I think I'm just going to go with the gray. I think the gray's better, more, or the black and the
Yeah, so the one I did is I'd use the black from the, what do they call it? The Black Templar.
Black Templar, yeah, yeah. You can see how much progress I'm making here. I got the skull painted. That's all I got, his head. This one did not.
What are you going to do for the coat?
I'm going to do it black, I guess.
Do black. Do you have one of those army greens?
From Games Workshop?
I think there's an army. I think there's an army green that matches that.
From in the contrast colors?
In the contrast line, yeah.
I only have orc flesh, plague bearer flesh. That one might work. I think it's too much. Now here's the deal. You could mix these. It's not like I can't make it a little bit green.
Right.
It's just not ideal, right?
Is there an easy way to open this thing without, like, it needing 3 hands?
The bottle lid?
Grip. The
lid?
Citadel grip. There's no, like, there's nothing I can push to, like, make it open.
Oh no, that's what's dumb. That's the one thing I don't like about these. Like, you should be able to push something to pull it apart. But what you do, Scott, is you do this. You put the mini on top, and then you just pull it apart until it goes into the thing. It works.
Right.
It's just, I was thinking I wanted the same thing as you did. I wanted a single hand thing to do it.
Yeah, I want a single hand release.
But it works. It works pretty good. You do it that way, and it goes on just fine.
Gonna finish the edge of here.
Gosh, I wonder if I should do
calling it a day with Groot.
Awesome. Let me see
Got
what this
the base
looks like.
and everything.
I put this on put this on Iron Man, the last one. Let's see what this looks like. It's probably not the right color. I think I recall this one being kind of more yellow.
Steve hot glues them to the top of a medicine bottle, but how do you get them off? Melt the glue?
Melt the glue. There's people that do that all the time. I think that the glue works fine. You know, the poster tack or earthquake hold works pretty great.
Yeah.
Well, there's the color there on, it's of course wet, but there's the green, Plague Bearer's green. I need to put this in it. So I brought my little 3D printed ones out too. They're pretty great.
Oh, you're just testing it on the side of the Iron Man?
Yeah, just to see
Yeah,
what it looks like.
that's more like that's almost like a World War I green.
Right.
You know? Like Doughboy
Well, maybe
green.
I add a little bit of black to it and it might be the color.
Maybe.
I gotta let it dry though, because it's hard to judge this stuff without it being dried.
Let me look at the thing, the pictures.
The pictures.
So there is a thing called Militarium Green.
Oh, from them, huh?
That could work. Yeah.
Maybe I wait and just see if.
Did I buy that one? I don't think I have that one.
I don't want to buy everything, but I'm getting to the point where I want to get all the colors.
I know, right?
And they're not, as I was saying the other day, they're not cheap.
No.
And I feel you really shouldn't buy paints unless you need them. I know Scott, he didn't have any paint, so that's why he bought a bunch of paints. But you should not buy them till you need them, because you get paints that you end up drying before you even use them. And that's just ridiculous. And believe me, this is from experience. I have so many paint bottles. I have paint, now I also have paint that's never dried up that I've got for, 20 some years. Paint that I bought when I bought it, it was old. And I'm glad I actually, I just put that color on with this brush, and this brush has a lot of red in it. So I need to do that color again. So this is, I'm using, it's the Masters Brush Cleaner and Preserver. It's pretty great because it's a soap that you put on your brushes, and then I swirl around, and then
I use that. Yeah, that's
put it in
pretty
the
cool.
palm of my hand, and then, pull
Wash
it
them.
away
Yeah.
from me.
Lather it up.
Yep, and then it helps get it out of the bristles near the ferrule, the metal holder for the bristles, and it's pretty good. It's like, it does a good job. But yeah, I need to judge that color again because it's, although it doesn't look like it has any red on it, so I'm probably okay. But I should check it anyway. Cap and.
Who should I do next?
Do you have another Groot? No, I'm joking.
Yeah,
He's fast.
I'm looking for something monocolor-ish. Sandman.
Yeah. Well, at least his was he completely? I don't know. I didn't look at.
Well, he's like half man, half sand.
Sand. Yeah. I remember seeing it briefly when we were doing it on this live stream.
I'm curious to see what people did, and let's see what they've won.
Boy, that's a lot of red. You probably should clean your brushes after using red. It really is hanging around in there.
Oh, he's got a green top. The top of his body is green.
Okay.
Man, people are really doing a really good job of this.
Oh, I know. It's embarrassing when I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not that good. I mean, I know I'm not that good, but
Wow.
I'm
Oh,
really
this is
trying to
painted
do
by Big Child Creatives. Yeah, this is their professional painters.
the ones that were doing the ones for
Yeah, that are
CMON,
doing
right?
it
Yeah,
for-
yeah. Those are great.
Yeah.
But some of them are like so good, it's like, this has got to be retouched. But who knows? I mean, when you have a really good painter.
It totally looks digitally retouched to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
If it's real
whether they-
paint, I would be really surprised.
I don't know. When you see like really good painters, they do it on that level. They do really, really amazing details. I can't ever see them like the photographs are. To me, that's why I wonder whether they're retouching them, because photographs
if I can do a
reveal
striped
all
shirt.
all the problems. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think I'm going to use that Iridian Yandin yellow.
Ironed in
That looks
yellow.
like yeah, because it gives it like sort of it's like a yellow with a.
Okay, that's this color right here, Scott, without any changes. It's right here. You can see this. That is ironed in yellow.
I think that matches.
That looks like sand to you? I don't know about that.
Well, sand is more yellow, but I don't think there's a color that's lighter than that. Is there? Plague Bear Flash.
Yeah, I mean,
yellow.
that's what I'm doing right.
Nasdrag yellow.
Yeah,
I don't
Nasdaq
think I
yellow
have
looks pretty.
those.
Yeah, you probably didn't get it. We were trying to be somewhat conservative.
Yeah.
Well, there it is. That's the color dry. Probably pretty good. Could
Yeah.
be good as the coat. Maybe the tiniest amount of black in it would. Again, I hate mixing these colors because I never know how much I need, and I don't like. It's hard to like judge how much you're going to need of these contrasts because you don't thin them. You just put them on.
Yeah. I'm gonna go Yandin yellow because I don't have any of the other colors to try.
Yeah.
I could go Griffhound orange, but that's very orange on this picture.
Yeah. Well, I've got the Plague Bear's green. I guess I'll try it here.
I'm curious to see how they'll look.
Or Plague
I
Bear
mean, here's the
green.
thing: you could always just go over it again, right? Since that's a lighter color.
Going over is really hard with these things.
Oh, okay. You hear that ball bouncing around there?
Oh yeah.
Tips of my fingers getting vibrated.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty weird. I could also ink this after the fact with a color that will change it slightly too. If the green is just too green, this plague bearer green is too much. It's looking pretty bold here.
Steve says just mix paints till I find something that looks right, but I'm not an artist. Yeah, I mean you could do that with regular Games Workshop stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
The base paints.
Oh, I didn't paint his hands red. Dang it! What was I thinking?
Oh yeah. What were you thinking? Am I going to give Sandman a striped shirt? Maybe if I was a better painter. If I had more skill, I could do stripes, but I think I'm just going to go green. Comic book green. Question is how far up it does it go? I can kind of see a cutoff point there.
The other thing you have to, letting it dry, you get a better idea of because the shininess is really deceiving as far as the color.
Yeah.
But yeah, you kind of want to be a little overboard with it. I'm going to try to do this so I can do the strap another color, maybe black.
Yeah, the yellow is... did you only do one coat of yellow?
On her hair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting how it's looking.
I did a little tiny bit of a touch-up because when in doing the two sides, I missed the middle on one point, but that was it.
It almost looks like it's so translucent.
Well, some of the colors are more clearer than others.
Yeah.
That black is, and you had the experience with that Dark Angels green. It's very bold. Let me look real quick at what I'm doing here. Yeah, it looks pretty good there. Kind of looks like the right color.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
And maybe a little bit of a dry brush or something of another color on it might help. Again, I can so I have this other color right here. It's a mix. It's called Strong Tone, and they actually have some different ones. It's from Army Paint as well. Did I have you buy some of this?
No.
It's pretty great stuff. It's kind of an ink, but it's not. It's meant to go over everything, and if I were to put it over this cloak, it would probably do a pretty great job on it. Heck, I mean, it might even help your sand guy a little bit there. Quicksand.
Yeah, see how light this is?
Sandman, quicksand. Yeah, see, I mean, it's orange.
It's like
to me, that color is orange. It's one of the best yellows they have, and I'm like, I don't know about that being a yellow. Oh, I wanted to look at the picture a little bit more here. Boy, that one is a good one, though. That Eric Wentling, I guess, did that. Really nice job. Good paint.
We are using Citadel contrast paints.
Yeah, they're
exclusively.
Great.
Although we're using a little bit, maybe sometimes some Monument solids.
I have black and white. I will be using them more. I also used on Captain Marvel here. I used this strong or rich gold from Monument Pro Acryl. Adam really likes this one and recommends it, and it's very good. It's a good paint. It's not he prefers the silvers, which I have a bunch of them from. Funnily enough, I only brought one bottle out. I thought I brought all of them. The Vallejo silvers, the metallic colors, metal colors. Actually, I'm not sure he likes these or not. These are the ones that Vincent Venturella uses, which he's a fantastic painter. They just released their game. What is it called? Rain in Hell, REIGN, and looks fun. It's just a rule book, and you bring your own minis type of thing.
Right.
But it's really, really great. Looks fun.
I don't know. I'm not super happy with this, but it's not. I have to let it dry.
You can fix it. Here's the other thing you can do, Scott. Take one of the other browns you have and put the contrast medium in it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Thin it out so that it goes on top
Yeah.
of that. It'll work.
Right, so it gives it a little darker of
Yes.
because it's super nothing right now.
Let me get Iron Man out of the way
Easy
here.
Sandman finish. Dip him in glue and take him to the beach.
Use some of that, what is that called? The earth, the very thin Fuller's earth or whatever. Very thin sand that they use in scale models in movies and stuff. And it seems like it gets everywhere. And I think they use it for other things too. I think that's what it's called.
Shout out for that BGG app beta. Yeah, it's awesome, right? It's a really good implementation. That's all Irko.
Looking forward to it coming. I mean, it was a long time coming too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he's been working on it for a long time. BGG's kind of complicated
yes.
for a website. Trying to get the ink. The ink is like all pooling at the bottom of this model.
I wonder if the inside of his
Sop it up.
jacket is. Oh, I guess it's not the inside of his jacket. I keep thinking that it is. I think it's just folded over here.
Yeah, there's more. Wait, there's more features coming. This was like our minimum viable product as a release. Okay, I'm gonna be done with Sandman there for a minute. Yeah, that looks great. Let's Plague Bearer flush.
Yeah.
That's nice.
It's a little light.
Yeah.
I could probably put another coat of it on and see what it does.
Oh, I should have sanded the arms and the ball.
You still can.
I'm trying to think if I want to change the color there or not. Let me look at the orange. I'm gonna put a little orange on it and see what it looks like. Gator Day says the darker red Captain Marvel is growing on him. It looks like worn leather. It does look like worn leather.
It'll be great. I mean, that's the other thing. Imagine just how nice it'll look on the table to have the. I mean, it's not a tremendous amount of time to paint them. That's what I really want people to understand. You can really do a lot in a short amount of time with these kinds of things, and you've got a fantastic table presence, right? It's just really cool. I mean, these are great, and dude, doing this, the Zenithal highlight really makes it viable, right? Like,
Yeah, it looks cool.
hey man, it works. I love it. How much was that? Do you recall how much it was?
$80.
Yeah, see, I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah, Rob was back home and doing painting. I talked
That's
to him the
cool.
other day. He's excited about a bunch of games we talked about.
He looks good. Still wet.
He lost
but
like 50 or 60 pounds.
he did?
Yes.
How come? The COVID?
I assume he was not eating.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, he was in the hospital for a good amount of time. It was not good.
Still, that
I think
seems-
he's sort of like not saying really what happened. But I mean, obviously it was pretty serious to go to the hospital. All right, let's try this orange out and see what I like. Let's see if it looks any better.
Oof, I got it on
Even
his
if it doesn't
belt.
look good though.
Got it on his belt. I'm
It's a little
disappointed.
dark. It's a little darker. Yeah, maybe this is the right color.
What are you using?
The orange one, the
Okay.
Refound Flesh or something like that.
Yeah, I think I have that one. Or no, maybe I don't. Or maybe I do. Ugh, just bumped him. Let's see. I have Skeleton Horde, Snakebite leather, Gorgrunta, Wildwood,
It might be
Apothecary, Skeleton Horn. I thought I
Rifthound
had.
Orange is what it's called.
Yeah, I thought I had it.
What's vibrating? TSA agent, what's vibrating your luggage? Aldie, it's my Citadel branded paint shaker, sir. I swear.
Wish they had one. Although I don't know if it'd be
Didn't you have
inexpensive.
your? Didn't you have to go pick up your vibrating toothbrush once? Out of
I remember something
Out of
like that. Was
security.
it us? I guess maybe it was. I remember.
Yeah, it was.
I remember. Was that at? I think it was at Southwest at Dallas Love Airport. I think I recall.
Might have been. I vaguely remember it. So it was a few years back.
Wow, that really is looking pretty cool. Need to let it dry, but
Yeah, it's looking good.
I gotta wait because I can't put his. Can't do the flesh tone on his hands yet. I really blew it. I should have painted that when I was doing the red. Yeah, I got a lot more on his backside here on the belt than I intended. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I didn't realize it was the belt. I am going to put like either the Basilicanum gray or black on it. We'll see what the Basilicanum gray does. Because, you put the black on, it'll be black.
Yep.
It does look a little plague bearer-y. Might be good, though. Again, who cares? What difference?
Who cares? Well, there's the orange.
Okay. That doesn't look too bad.
No, that's all right.
I'm kind of you've got so many primed. I'm like nervous now, like what I'm going to have as a result on all these things. Like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen here?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you've got so many done now.
I primed every figure. I primed every figure that was not in the main or the big double box of figures.
Yes,
I took them all out of all the boxes.
That's cool.
Yeah, poorly painted minis are better than naked plastic. I agree. And I have to allow the word naked.
You had to allow
Twitch
the word
blocked
naked.
Naked. Twitch, the Nightbot blocked it.
Maybe he has gloves on. Oh, you know what? That might be the case. He does have gloves on. Black gloves. Okay, well, there you go. Probably because he doesn't want people to see his hands. You didn't paint his hands red?
Yeah.
Seems like everybody's got them painted black. That's kind of that one looks good. I wish you could see. I don't like I don't use it, but I don't like using Pinterest. It's frustrating to me.
And Pinterest is stealing all our images.
They are?
I found a Board Game Geek image on Pinterest. It says BoardGameGeek.com, Marvel United, and it's a BGG image. What?
It's because somebody pinned it.
Who posted that?
I don't know.
Brian Perch. Yeah, Pinterest is annoying.
I just don't like hey, you
I
got
mean,
to
here's the
click
deal.
on
It was an image uploaded to BGG. It's not our image, right? I mean,
correct.
I don't know if it uses our bandwidth.
Probably does.
Probably does.
He's drying. I need to have something else going. I guess I'll get on to Black Widow here.
No.
I
It's
need
a
to
Pinterest image.
bring out my. I have more of these Citadel. 5 more is how many more I have of the original Citadel miniature holders. Okay, man. Trying to decide. I think I'm going to go with the dark red on her hair. Because if you think about it, Black Widow in Iron Man 2 had some pretty dark red hair.
Yeah, it was really bright red.
Let me look at Captain Marvel here.
So, you saw mine, right?
Yeah, I thought it looked good. That was not the Red Skull red,
That's
was
the
it?
other. No, it's the
Yeah, the
It's the
flesh tearers.
Flesh tearers.
Yeah.
Red.
It does kind of look leathery. She does look like she has some leather. Leather. Here, let's put him over here while we're waiting for him to dry. Okay, let me give a peek at keep one to call her Scarlet Witch, at Black Widow. I need to just change my the search to just change the character name every time.
Yeah.
Everybody's searching for the same thing, so.
Yep.
Wow, this one looks pretty darn good here, Scott.
Yep.
See, that's the thing. You could actually just do, I mean, you know, it's a painted mini. You could actually just change her flesh by painting a standard, mix some color and get the flesh tone. You know, sort of like I did for Captain Marvel. She's a little too pink, but that was just me quickly doing it and in the dark. Too dark. Yeah, nicely painted though with, you know, the shade shifting stuff is nice. Again, I'm trying to do these fast, so I don't want to spend that much time on it. Wow, that one looks really good too. Woof. Very cool. That one looks good there.
Yeah, that's a really good one. Some good painters out there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm looking at her.
Another coat of this yellow.
Let me see if I can just do a little bit of. I got that black. Why did I do oh, that was to do the Hulk's base. Let's do that right now. Clunk. Yeah, I really like this. I really like this paint, the black paint from Monument, and the white. They're both really good paints. The crazy thing is, I think they used to manufacture all this stuff up in Canada, and then something happened, like with the supply chain, and so they moved manufacturing down into Arizona.
You guys got anything on slate this weekend?
Well, don't know. Probably do something with my mom. Trying to keep her entertained. We did do that drive the other day to go have lunch, which was nice. We took the scenic route up into Simi, which we've done before. And, you know, she wanted to eat inside, which was fine because it was a little warm. Because they do have outside tables, but it was very, like, they had the tables really far apart. So most, you know, because they're all booths, they were all taped off. It was crazy. But they were taking it real seriously on the spacing there, so. Which is cool. I mean, you know. And we were happy to have the food. It was nice. Okay, clean your brush. Make sure you don't have any red in there. Goodness gracious, I'm afraid.
It's a weird looking sandman. Although it could be sand, I don't know. Orange sand.
It depends on where it's from. It's from Moab.
Yeah.
Let me look at your picture that you sent me with their hair. Other phone.
Mine? I could give you a picture of the back of it.
Looks pretty good though.
Yeah, I like that one the way it came out.
You need to work on those batons, though. I think they're like energy batons
Yeah,
or something like that.
yeah. So I got some little white speckles in there.
Speggles.
Yeah, I could do like maybe like warp lightning on there or something.
Oh, that looks good. Wow. That's the color on that one?
Yeah,
That really looks good. That's the... How comes the other ones are so dark? Goodness gracious. I think I need to use some... I need a little... Oh, I don't have my little palette. I should go get it. I have like a little white ceramic tile. I have, well, more than one, but I have white ceramic tiles that I use to mix paints on, and it's... Since I can't... I can do it on the wet palette, but it's not good for the contrast paints. You want to use them the consistency that they come in. But I'm going to use a little bit of contrast medium, so I will be back. I will go get...
Okay.
I'll go get some of that stuff. Let's see what he looks like, though, real quick. Looking
Sandman
pretty
or
good.
Clayface, same difference. Yeah, that looks good.
I do have a little bit too much
looks
on
nicely
the belt.
inked.
I'll probably do another coat to see if I can beef it up a little bit. Because down here it looks pretty good. I did a second coat down below, and it looks dark enough. It's rad. That's rad.
Yeah, it's rad. I need to find my flesh color again.
Oh yeah, I don't have that. I actually thought about going to buy it. I probably could do it.
Which one was that?
Captain Marvel. She needs some gold touch-ups here. Plus, I think I haven't done any mold line removal. I probably should, because like Black Widow has like a little injection mold thingy going on here.
Yeah,
and
on the
then
hair.
yeah, which is fine. But one of them has a big terrible break on it. Oh, you know, it's I think it's Ultron. He's got a big mold line across his head here. They do a pretty good job of concealing that stuff, but heck, I thought I saw one that was much worse. Maybe it was Iron Man. But they do a really good job on concealing that stuff on these, because you know they are sticking them together. They're not molded in this. Ooh, you know, you got to do his hand, and you got to do the little glow on the blue dot there. I probably need to paint a little bit of white on there.
Oh, to get the blue dot out? Yeah.
Well, you know, to make that pop, I'm going to use, I think I will use the Aethermatic Blue. That one will probably do a great job on those, you know, energy kind of charges. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get that stuff. I said I was going to go get the ceramic thingy. I'll be back.
Was the game night with Deborah and Aaron done the same day as the outdoor attempted video, or more recently? That was like last week. Last weekend. That's when that was filmed. I think her dogs were there. Or one dog. Potentially, I think her mom was there too. It's a family affair. Anybody got any game plans this weekend? It is a paint shaker. It's a I think it's a test tube shaker, but people use it as paint shaker. I'll see if I can put it on camera here. I'm a little stretched with the power cord. So, I'm about to paint flesh. Just put my finger on it. My game night friends are getting together for housewarming, but I can't go because I have work. Boo. Packing up your collection? Oh, to take to a game day, Getter Dave? Or are you moving? It's been a bear finding the small boxes to fit the profile of TTR FFG size boxes. Oh, so you're trying to make it like packed real tight.
Okay.
Maybe
I
get
got
toboggan
my palette.
Well,
Well, I have my palette, but my mixing. I just bought like some of these at Home Depot or something like that. They work pretty good. Okay, so I'm using this red. What you working on there?
the
Sandman
face
still?
of Sandman.
We'll put the Hulk out here again. His pants look pretty good though. I think the little trick of dry brushing his knees and butt and then putting another lighter purple on it worked pretty great.
Yeah.
So yeah, the good thing about using the contrast medium is you're going to still have the same red. You won't, it's not like trying to put white in it, you know, obviously, which would make it pink. Buzz. I do wish I had done this on Captain Marvel. Captain Marbles. Okay. Oh, need to put them in my rubber thingy so I don't knock them down. As I have done. This works too. I 3D printed these from a model. These are the 36 millimeter ones, and they're pretty good. It's stuck to the.
Is Madness doing game days? I guess
Uh-huh.
Madness is doing game days.
Hey,
We
look.
need to talk to
Logan.
Steven.
This is the. Oh yeah. This is when I spilled the yellow, the ironed in yellow. That was, you could see it was sitting very close to the stand that I should have been using to protect it from knocking it over.
Oh.
And I didn't. It was messy. Okay, here.
Is this the same flesh I used for? That can't be the same.
You only have a couple.
I only
thought.
have one flesh.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The Gulliman flesh.
Yeah, that's the one.
It looks different.
Don't pay the
Maybe
gulling.
I
Well,
mixed it.
again, it's also your undercoat. Like you might have done a different level of undercoating.
Yeah, could be.
You know, zenithal
Could be.
highlighting. Because what the deal is
Yeah.
it changes the tone of that a lot, right? That dark,
Yeah.
the darker gray that you get when you do that stuff.
Right.
Okay, man. Here it goes, I'm afraid. I should have put the clear down first. I'm not bright. Yeah. I absolutely should have done that first. The gamers are in a softball, baseball grind, probably several weeks before serious game again. Oh, well, I saw a picture of Aaron with the baseball bat or whatever. That was pretty awesome.
I thought that was.
She's looking growed up.
I know it looked like her mom.
Yeah.
Mini me.
Mini me, you complete me. Wow, that's probably not enough color. This is where I make the mistake. Well, I'll put more red out. It's okay. It's better to have too much than not enough. Again, the color, well, it is thinning it out, so. Man, Man.
What am I using for Sandman shirt?
Khaki.
Orc
No.
flesh?
Khaki.
It's an orky green. It's two colors. It's a light yellow green and a dark green. But I'm not going to do the
Okay.
stripes. Maybe I'll use the Militarium green. I actually did buy the Militarium green.
Oh shoot! I want to see what that looks like.
See what it looks like. Yeah.
I want to get that. I'm kind of bummed I didn't see that one. Oh, that's rocking. I'm like, what's rocking on the table?
Did Gator Dave say he was moving, or are you packing up for game day? Oh, you're buying a new house.
Wow,
Congratulations.
awesome.
Where's it at? What city?
He's actually in Florida, right?
I thought he was in Florida, but I got it. I think I forgot. I knew there was a Gainesville connection. Oh, you going to Lake Worth? Yeah, my dad lived there at one point in his life.
Where's that?
Lake Worth's
Florida?
very nice. Yeah, yeah, it's in Florida, South Florida. Fancy. You'll be right near Bonacor. He lives in Boynton. Boynton Beach. My dad lived there too.
Should be painting on camera here.
I hated when my dad lived in Lake Worth because it was almost an hour drive to go to his house.
From Pompano?
You won't describe it as real nice, but thanks nonetheless. Oh, Lake Worth is pretty sweet, as I remember. From Pompano. Compared to Pompano, yeah, this military green is exactly what you think of as It's definitely got the military color.
Fantastic.
I
wish
grew
had
up in
that one.
Pompano Beach as Grant. 67. I went to Ely High School.
Okay, the contrast medium's pretty awesome, dude.
You mixed it with which color?
The flesh terror, whatever, red.
Okay.
I'm not
You went to
painting on
Pompano
camera.
Beach High School. Yes. So based on your 67, I'm assuming you were born in 67? It closed the year before I was supposed to go there, and it reopened the year after I graduated Ely. So I was supposed to go to Pompano Beach High School. And we were all like, oh my God, freaking out. Because the Ely High School is kind of a rough school. But
You
I went there for
survived.
I survived. I went there for the magnet program, the engineering. So I would have went
that's
there
rad.
anyway. But there was a lot of people who were not happy about going to Ely that were in my neighborhood.
They were in your hood.
Yeah. So the Ely High School was built in the projects, where the Pompano Beach projects.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a bit of a rough neighborhood. There was a lot of drug dealing. Like if you literally turned out and went the wrong direction, you were approached to buy crack rocks. Like in a second. They would run up to your car. The dealers.
Wow.
There was one time we went the wrong way, and we turned around, and as soon as we turned around, a guy ran up to our car and basically said, "Want to buy a rock?" No.
Pop rocks
We
love.
tore out
I-
of there. That's
love
literally
that.
1 block away from the school.
Wow.
So you were in the last
Right.
graduating class in 1985. So yeah, that was my first year of high school. There you go. Small world. So did you live in Pompano, I assume? Lighthouse Point? I lived off right off.
I'm trying to paint on
95.
camera, and I'm not doing a good job. I got paint
Oh yeah,
on
me
me.
too. I'm totally forgetting this.
Let's see how that turns out, Scott.
Oh, that looks great. So what did you mix? Like half and half?
2/3 to a third, probably.
2/3 paint.
Yeah. I should paint her little
Pompano
Widow
South
logo.
Atlantic Boulevard. Okay. Such a small world, isn't it?
It's crazy, dude.
Yeah. So the Luke, who works for
Portal.
Portal, also went to Pompano High and lived in Pompano growing up.
Well, plus you had that when we met, hung out with Scott Gata and Sarah Erickson. You guys both went to the same college too, as Gator Dave went there,
Yep.
right, as well.
University of
So
Florida. And now we're both in DFW. You followed me, as Grant. Kidding. When did you move here, as Grant? Of course, Polar Cup was the bomb. Polar Cup was this lemonade icy you would get on the beach.
sure.
They sold it like on the beach.
So it was lemon.
It was like lemon ice.
Cool. Nikki would like that.
Yeah.
So do you know? See, I did a very bad sloppy job on her chestal area there.
DFW in 1997. That's when I moved back to DFW
From NorCal.
from Northern California, yeah, Bay Area, Sunnyvale, to be exact.
Man, while I'm doing this red, I should do. Well, I'll mix it again for the next one.
They also sold it out of old school child abductor vans.
Oh, you need
Kind of remember
the,
that now that you mention it.
Do you know Dole Whip?
Only from Disney.
Okay, but have you ever had it at Disneyland?
I never had it. Yeah, I never had it.
They, we
I know
found,
some people are crazy for it.
yeah, Brian Yu loves it, and we found, we were told, I think there's another one of these places down over in Sawtell in West Los Angeles, but it's like, it might even be called Brian's Shave Ice, the Hawaiian style stuff, and they actually have it there. So there's one near Bronco, across the street from Bronco. So we went over there with Mom when she wasn't feeling great. And first thing we did is she had her first banh mi, had the barbecue pork, and she loved it. And then,
Yeah.
And then we went it's in the same mall and walked down to the Shave Ice Boba place and got it. It was delicious. It was delicious.
Delicious.
She'd never had the banh mi, and I thought she would like it. I wasn't sure because sometimes but I thought
Is
it would
Nikki?
be, huh?
Is this Nikki?
No, this is Mom. Nikki loves the banh mi.
Oh, your mom.
Yeah. So we, but yeah, it was her first day of eating, like really eating, and she really enjoyed it. So that was cool. That was
Oh,
cool.
that's good. So we got this food vlogger in Dallas now. His name's Mikey Chen.
Okay.
He's like a huge food blogger, right?
Yep.
He just moved here. Lives in Frisco. I guess he's going to open a restaurant in Houston, but live in Dallas, which is kind of odd to me. If you're going to open your restaurant in Houston, why stay in Dallas? I think he gave a reason, but I don't remember exact details. But it didn't sound
Where's he from
like
originally?
if you open a restaurant, you kind of don't you really want to like live there for like the first 6 months to make it successful? I don't know.
But where's he from?
He lives here now.
What?
New York.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Or no, Seattle. Seattle's where
Seattle.
his last. I think he's he's a drifter, right? Like
Okay.
never in one place too long. But he did a full.
Does he ride a
full
wild horse? On a wild horse he rides?
Yeah, on a wild horsey road. he did a full food review
Kurbanski.
of Buc-ee's.
Oh, cool. Kurbanski, I am using this brush cleaner from the Masters brush cleaner and preserver. When you clean between, like red in particular really gets in there, but when it's a soap, and I get it wet, the brush wet, and then put it in there, and then I mix it up on my hand till it gets clear. And then when it's the final brush of the day that you're using it, you leave a little bit of that stuff in the brush, and then you let it dry, and it helps keep the point of your brush.
Oh, you
Looks
leave it
pretty
on
great.
there a little bit?
Yes, at the very end, you leave a little bit on there. It helps maintain the point. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. Boy, that is really green.
Anyway, I want to meet Mikey Chen
Neat.
if I ever come across him. But he does a lot of the Asian, like the pho and the pho, and then Vietnamese and
Nice.
Korean restaurants.
Yep.
So pretty cool. Now he is in Frisco.
Yeah, where's Frisco
Which
at
is,
in relation to where you're at? North?
North of Plano. North of
Okay.
Plano. You know where Plano is, right? That's where Madness is.
Yeah, I know where Plano is.
Yeah.
Of course, I just did this, and I'm now going to paint some red, so I'm going to have to do it again to the brush, but I'm going to try to even out the red skull's head a little bit here. And since this is a thinner, more transparent coat, it might help a little bit. But hopefully it'll be a quick, well, I'll do it over here, quick clean. Because I just did a tiny bit on the tip. I actually probably should get some more brushes, because I have plenty of them. Okay, well there you go, man. That's, it's getting there, her hair.
Yeah, looks good. Looks really good. I'm not super happy with some of my choices on Sandman, but I'm just going to go with it.
I'm gonna roll with it.
I feel like the flesh it was not the same color as the one I used the other day with, and it's weird, like, did I use the same color?
I need to put on my magnifiers here and see if I can do a better job on this Black Widow logo on her chest.
The pho at North Market in Columbus is tasty. I miss North Market.
I don't even remember having the pho. I don't think we've had the pho there.
I don't think we ever had it. Yeah, we never
We had
it. We had the
ramen,
Indian
I think,
food
maybe. Oh, no, Nikki and I might have ate it one time together there.
The Indian food and the hot chicken challenge.
And,
Or no, what was it called?
and, oh, God, I just touched that with my
Hot
hand.
chicken.
The deli that's gone now that was there was great.
Oh, that deli. So
Although
good.
I told you we figured out how to make the pimento.
Spread.
Yeah, it's pretty great. It's actually just Ina Garten's stuff. And it's good. Is good.
Gosh, what was the name of that hot chicken place?
No, not Nashville. Trois. Got a little bit extra paint here that I'm trying to pool out of her. I don't know why it's so rich, thick there, and zesty.
There's Sandman. He's definitely dark.
I never saw that third Spider-Man.
Oh, it's so terrible. I hate it. I didn't even. The one that a lot of people love is the Doctor Octopus one. I hate
Is that the
too.
first one? Oh no, that's the
No,
second
that's the second
one.
one. Yeah, I hate all. I only like the first one, and then I do like the modern one, the new ones, the
Yeah.
Homecoming
they-
and the.
I thought it was okay, the first one. I wasn't, I mean, sacrilege, but, and I love him, but I didn't really think Raimi was that great. But he's going to be doing Doctor Strange, so I'm gonna have to grin and bear it.
Yep.
I'm hoping, because I thought that the other guy did a great job on the first Doctor Strange, so I don't know. Scott Derrickson or whatever.
So the Sandman is weird. I mean, obviously I don't have the right colors, I don't think. Because
Right.
yellow, I don't really have a yellow.
Well, there is no. You've got the. There's maybe
Well, there's
one
two
other
yellows,
yellow
and
that
one of
might
them is,
work.
yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work as well as I want it to.
Goodness
Duty
gracious.
Man. Dry brush some highlights on his face and it'll be good. Okay.
What, Hattie B's, is that the place?
Hattie B's is the chicken in that's in Nashville.
Ah,
I forget the name of the place. It was Hot Chicken.
Takedown.
Hot Chicken Takeover. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. What am I going to do now?
Nothing easy left for you?
I'm looking around. I guess I could do Thor. Is Thor easy?
I don't know.
I'll look at Thor and see what people have done with him. I'm not happy with Duty Man. But I mean, I'm just moving forward.
That's all you can do.
That's all I can do. That's all I can do.
To keep waiting for
Did you see Paulina is she's trying to sue to get the state back?
She
Like,
should. She's
cut
been
her-
with him for decades, man. I don't
and
understand what
took care of him while he was dying.
I know. It changed at the last minute. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's totally unfair. It's a sad story, though. I guess he was a lifelong smoker.
Not surprising.
75 too, right? Same age
Something
as my
in
mom.
there. He was much older than I thought he was. He was always older, though. Like, you know what I mean? He was like an older guy when they made it.
Yeah. Yeah, he died at 75, same year as my mom. Oh, he died 1 year earlier than my mom.
Was it a full year
Thor is
earlier?
very fleshy. He died in 2019.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't have a good flesh color. I guess the one I'm using is pretty dark. But it's weird how it was so light on. I mean, here's the same color side by side. Right? That doesn't look the same to me.
What? What color's the same?
The
The
faces.
flesh?
Yeah.
Huh.
Right?
Yeah.
I think. I mean, I'm double checking all my paints to see if I put it away or something.
Okay.
Because there's
well,
only
she's
two
gonna
flesh.
dry for a while. There's only two total flesh colors, but are they human flesh?
There's Gore Slayer flesh, Gulliman flesh, and Dark Oath flesh, and they're like shades of pink and red.
Is it
and,
Darka or Daka flesh?
Dark Oath,
Oh, Dark Oath. Okay.
which I don't have, but that's what this looks like. It's really strange. Did I set it aside somewhere? I might paint. I have to. I don't know why that's so dark. Maybe I mixed it better today than I did yesterday or last week. Let me see. Who else do I have? Could do Green Goblin, maybe?
Oh, that'd be cool. Don't use Dark Angel's green.
No, I'm not going to use Dark Angel's. Hey, thanks for the subscription, Mega Main.
Oh,
Prime sub. 4 months.
wow. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm not sure why our alerts aren't playing, but... So let me see if I can figure that out. I know that's just like an overlay, right?
You have to go into the web browser. I mean, Derek's always having trouble with it, man. The worst thing, I'm just not good at the flesh. I've never really been happy with it.
Mm.
It's the flesh. It burns. Oh, that lighter flesh is better now. It was too pink. Although this is probably too pink too. I was noticing on the miniature from the studio that they have painting their stuff. And you know, there's like some shade on her lips, and I'm like, you kidding me? And you know, these are big minis. It's just still not that good. Okay, there we go.
No, it's not doing it right. Man.
Okay, well that looks a little better. Her face. Oops, I need to know. The A is where I need to be painting.
Yeah.
Keep shifting it. It's pretty good.
How annoying. I can't figure that out.
Bam, bam, bam. Hey, that helped with Red Skull. This is a little bit there. Red Skulls is. You kind of don't need to even do the deep crevices of the nose bone, you know, the skeleton nose he's got going on here.
There it is. I don't know why that took 3 tries for me to get it working right.
Derek has trouble with it all the time. It's not
Yeah,
great.
it's very Yeah, he definitely Groot has a Bart Simpson head for sure.
Is he sitting there? Oh, he's off to the side.
Yeah.
Move him over towards the, yeah. That looks good.
Yeah, he does have a Bart Simpson head.
Okay, well, I'm going to paint green now, so I have to clean my brush. No more red for now. So yeah, you can see I've used this quite a bit. It's down to the bottom of the,
Hey,
in the middle.
The sound did not come out, though. Let me fix that.
But it works. I think this is a really good, because it's got just enough, like, I mean, I don't know, like, true artist people, but, I mean, supposedly, I mean, I've used this since I was in school. It does a pretty good job. You get the color out pretty well.
Is that playing through the stream?
I couldn't, no. But yeah, you kind of, I swish the bristles around a little bit, then I just pull at it to get the, try to get it out of the ferrule. Seems to be doing pretty good there. I probably put a little bit too much effort into the brush cleaning, because but I've got brushes that I've had for years and years and years, because I try to take good care of that stuff. I have bought lots of expensive brushes over the years. That's what's pretty great about these Taklon, the synthetic brush sable. They're pretty great. I'm eager to try some of the ones from the other manufacturers. Yeah, I don't hear it, but that doesn't. I thought we should hear it on the call. I'm not sure why I'm not hearing it. I thought we.
You should hear on the call now.
Yeah, I'm not hearing it.
Oh, you didn't just hear it there?
No.
I heard it twice.
Be good to have the palette out of the way. Okay, more green. I think I did buy this in Dallas. I bought it at, what's the other hobby store that was kind of near to your old place, but downtown? Nice people.
I don't know. Oh, the one over by
Something with a C.
Centercade?
What?
Common Ground?
No, the miniatures. I mean the game store.
Common Ground?
Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I think I bought this paint at Common Ground, because remember we went to
Yeah, I remember we went.
Madness, and they were sold out of everything basically.
Yeah,
I think I got
they
primer
sold
there.
Yeah.
That was summer of 2019 though, so that stuff was hot. It was hot.
All right, I like the Warp Lightning look. It's pretty bright.
For what?
For Green Goblin.
Ooh.
The Green Goblin. Let's see if I can find a painting gun.
This is kind of looking like a military green.
Yeah, the Militarium green is really military green.
It's the one I need. Too late now. He's
But
painted.
it's dull. I like yours, the way yours looks better.
More comic booky.
Yeah. Wow, I can't find a good example.
Paint job on that one? Really?
Yeah.
Are you typing Marvel United name of the miniature painted?
Yeah, Marvel United, Green Goblin painted.
Wow.
Oh yeah, there's one.
Not great. Or not what you're
It's
thinking.
okay. It's a good, no, you know what? It's good. It'll give me. It just all I want is like the base colors, like purple, green, that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's really bright green. I'm gonna try that warp lightning. See what it looks like.
They filmed that whole, skyscraper, where he's attacking them in the first Spider-Man movie across the street from where I worked. The cross street from where I worked was an old North American Rockwell, might have been even Rocketdyne at one point in time, place where they did the shuttles and stuff like that. So it's huge hangars and stuff like that. And I'll keep saying and stuff like that. And so they were trying to make it a studio, and they built this giant set for that. It was a pretty, maybe 2 or 3, it had to be at least 2 stories, probably 3 or stories or a little more of the front of that building where that's all happening with Green Goblin. They also filmed Van Helsing there in another gigantic set they built in the exact same location. And they did, heck, I wonder if that was the same building, but they did the island where they're crashing into the sign on the air bike or whatever they have, was also there. And they filmed Indiana Jones when they're in Area 51 or whatever, getting pulled out of the back of the car and stuff like that. That was all at that same location. They tried to do a lot, but now I think it's all mall. It didn't work. But there was a lot that was filmed there. They filmed, they had a full-on water tank that they filmed some of Lemony Snicket in there, and they had, gosh dang, what else did they do? They did a lot there. Oh, and they had a full street that they filmed the Santa Claus or something like that there, and they filmed, whatever the one where it's the neighbors one with Tim Allen and Jamie Lee Curtis, I think, whatever that movie was. Christmas with the, no, not that. I don't know what it was. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. The other thing they filmed over there was, in that same set, was Weird Al's White and Nerdy with when he's out mowing his lawn, and
right,
and Keegan-Michael Key and Jordan Peele come up in their convertible
right
lowrider, and
he's trying to join,
and they freak out and drive off. That was over there, and in the park that was adjacent to it. That looks cool. Just gotta wait for it to
there's
dry.
not really a good purple for this set. I mean, I don't like that Shyish purple is so dark.
Did you use the Magos purple?
That's super light. I
Well,
mean, I guess I could try it on there.
You could do that. You could also mix the two. If you put that on and then do another coat, I mean, look how much darker this is already with a second coat of this.
What's the second coat? Oh, the Plague
Of this
Bearer?
green, of the Plague Bearer green.
All right, I'll do the Magos and see what it looks like.
Because I'm not ecstatic with the Hulk's pants. They're good, but they're
dark.
better now because I did use that Magos over dry brush white. Okay, how you looking? Her hair looks pretty good.
Looks pretty good.
Still not quite dry though.
Yeah, it sucked in a lot of paint, huh?
Well, particularly, I tried to wick some of it out of there in the curls. Curls held a lot more paint than I realized. I got to fix that arrow. I need to use some white paint, maybe a gray. I have the gray primer from Games Workshop. I could probably try that, Gray Seer. Because all you need is a little bit. The good thing, so that's on the edge. I might not even need to worry about it, but since I'm going to be painting it black. But the thing is on edge, that kind of stuff, it all just, the pooling of the edges of the contrast paint is enough to where you don't even need to sweat it, Boy, this is not even 2 years old, and this paint's pretty thick here, pretty dried up.
All right, let's see what this looks like. I can tell it's going to be real light.
Just do a small
You got
part.
purple hat. Yeah, I'll just do the tip of the hat. Well, you know what? It's all right. See that? And I don't. What is the camera focusing on? Is it actually focusing in the right spot?
It looks like it's focusing on the dots on the mat. I mean, you got all those
Yeah,
great
I think
dots.
that's what it's doing. Yeah. I don't know if I can get it to focus on what I want it to focus on. Focus. What did Bobby man? You're the first Aldie? I am the first Aldie.
Even before the
I
Smoking
don't know
Kid.
if Groot has always looked this way. When I see his head, I'm always reminded of Bart Simpson. Yes.
Christmas with the Cranks, that is it.
What's Christmas with the Cranks?
That was the one with Tim
Oh,
Allen.
the Tim Allen thing?
The one movie that, yeah, and Jamie Lee Curtis, they filmed over there. And they also filmed Terminator 3, the big scene where he's racing along the street and he's hanging off a crane, like that's swinging out and tearing out storefronts and buildings. They built an entire, probably about 2.5, 3 block run of storefronts that they just smashed out. That was pretty impressive. I was able to see that day because I was there. You know, I was not always at that location.
Oh, I understand. But Bob Weeman was saying I was the first to paint it. I think so. I found one finally on Seabond's website.
Oh, the
Green Goblin.
Green Goblin, yeah. I think touching up might have been a bad idea here.
Yeah, this purple. See if I get it to focus properly. I need like a more direct light on my painted area.
Boy.
Yeah, this is probably what I should have painted Hulk's pants with. The Magos.
Yes, I know. Believe me, I know because it's the same reaction.
Oh, you live and learn. Did you order any more of of this stuff?
Of what? Contrast?
The Marvel. Yeah, no, of the Marvel stuff. Base set.
Oh, you mean the X-Men stuff? Or these?
No,
just...
well, yeah, but did you add any of the original stuff on? You got everything.
Oh no,
right,
I already had it all. I already did. I had done the whole. Other than the cards, I didn't get the cards. I didn't get the mat, which of course I regret.
Right.
Even though I don't like mats.
Yeah,
I mean,
why aren't they reprinting the mat?
I don't know. The X-Men mat will be fine.
It will be.
It's just nice to have that placement. Okay, well that is fully dry, that contrast paint. See if I can get a little bit of red out of it so I don't have to. Does not look like it. The nice thing about this palette is you just scrape it off because it's ceramic. It's really great. Nope, there you go. It's all.
Oh, so the paint won't adhere to it?
Yeah,
because I put paint inside my wet palettes cover, and I can't get it off. I'm gonna have to strip it with that. See,
well, you can if you soak it. If you soak it and use something to scrape it. But yeah, see, this just comes right off. It's.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So it doesn't adhere. Yeah, the purple does look good.
It's porcelain, right?
Porcelain. You know, Moby redid his greatest hits sort of thing.
Okay.
Do you like Moby?
I do. I'm not crazy for Moby, but I like his stuff.
I just about in this Facebook thing I saw it posted up the other day.
So he redid an album?
Porcelain and those songs.
Yep.
Oh, his gloves are purple.
Gotta get this out of the way.
The gloves are purple.
Boy, I'm being ridiculous.
He's got a pumpkin bomb.
Okay, that looks pretty good. That'll work. Her hair's a little bit. I should probably touch up the point where the hair touches the face. Again, it probably doesn't matter because the reality is it will the two mixing of the paints on the edge, you probably won't even see it.
Oh, Michelle got her news back from her surgery.
Yep, she's doing good,
Everything
right?
everything is benign, which is
Nice.
awesome. Shared a little information there with the chat. It's kind of a relief.
Absolutely. I think that this is not gray enough. Well, let's see here. It won't matter.
The Green Goblin. I feel like Spider-Man still hasn't had the greatest villains. I mean, I know they're like so classic, but they never feel. Yeah, it's great news. Thank you, Ezra. 1228. Moby has hits. I love Moby, man. I don't like Moby the person.
Why? I mean, I don't know anything about him.
I think he's creepy. But I like the music.
Creepy paper. Okay, so now it's going to be black. I think she's. Oh, hey, look, those are like the little beads that were on the amigurumi figure that Nikki did for Black Widow. She did it for Tashi.
Oh.
She also has.
See those videos.
Yeah, I got to prep those. I still have to. I'll be up tonight. It's okay. I's got prepping.
I'm off camera. Sorry, everybody. I'm trying to hold it. There's a really tight spot where his hand curls underneath the pumpkin bomb, and I'm just trying to get the fingers.
Fingers.
The glove. Try not to be too perfect.
Oh my gosh. You're around the. You can't talk about that like with me around because that's all I do is worry about it. Huh. This paint is not great.
Go and sit in the corner with your Moby and Bork. Yeah, and Depeche Mode and Pet Shop Boys.
So they're touring this summer with, at least here.
Yeah,
with,
New Order.
Yeah.
New Order, Pet Shop Boys, and what's his name? The DJ guy. Shoot, what is his name?
Dead Mouse,
Yeah,
or
I'll think of it in a second. Suggestions on a starter kit, Lincoln.
for painting,
I mean, yeah,
like what to buy?
I guess so.
Huh. Well,
Or
let's see. What do you, Kurbanski? What do you think? Erasure is pretty great. What do you think? What do you need to get, Kurbanski? Let me get my regular glasses on.
I guess he just wants to get started.
Well, so I would look and see. Like, okay, so these are expensive. I don't know what I do. Oh, there they are. That's what I get.
Contrast paints are
They're great.
pretty expensive.
Once you get and understand them, so the things you need to know is Scott was able to prime his with rattle can black and white. So he sprayed them all black, and then he did the highlight. You know, the paint is a little bit further away from the mini, and you're highlighting from above. You know, like at an angle about like this to be the sun, depending on how intense you want it to be, and
I sort of held it above 12 inches.
yeah.
And just sprayed in their faces.
Reaper. So those basic things are not too bad, but go to Monument Hobbies, I believe it's called, the website, and let's see if they have it on here.
Oh yeah, we have the discount code, right?
It's Adams, and I think it was Tabletop Minions, but I would like to be able. I'd like to be able to get.
Someday.
These all say
BG.
Creature Caster, which they're not Creature Caster anymore. Anyway, they have some basic sets at Monument Hobbies, that you can buy that are paints, and their paints are really good. So far, every single one of them I've used has been really, really nice. And a couple of the major wins that they have is they have a steel ball bearing in each one of them, and they have these eyedropper bottles that you just twist it open and squirt a little bit out. So those are great. And then I think you should have some contrast paints. So it's going to be easier for you to get started. I mean, actually skip the Monument. Just get the Monument white, get the Monument black. And then get some contrast paints, some of the cool colors. You know, I mean, I wouldn't get everything. I like the Iandin yellow. I like the orc flesh. Athermatic blue is fantastic. This Talisar blue is great. There's also a green here that they call.
Probably need the Blood Angel red.
Yeah, Blood Angel red. Also, this flesh there is pretty great, but Blood Angel red. The Basilicanum gray is great. You get some of these things. Apothecary white's actually pretty interesting. And you prime them, and then you just single coat this. Like I just did this hair, and it looks pretty good. This is one coat. I touched up a few things. This is not doing any highlighting, you know, like running the brush along these peaks, which I'm going to try not to do. I mean, those are things I would normally do, but the goal for me is to have this done relatively quickly. And so you put them on, like I should be doing the flesh next. I probably won't because I don't have it, and I want to try to do what Scott's doing with one of those contrast washes, paints. But you just do that basic stuff, and it goes really fast, and it looks really quite good. And then you just grow from there. Then you get because I feel these are a great way to start. They're sort of foolproof. You can actually use them just the way Games Workshop shows you, is you just spray on. I used this gray sear, I think, was the color maybe, I can't remember which one I think this is the color I used. Because it was the only one I could get. There's another one that's like a bone color that are their primers. And their primers are fantastic, but they just do the whole mini that color, and then you paint it with these on top of it. And it works pretty great because I did some things like I did wet blending, which means I went from one color to the next with 3 different colors of contrast paints. And the contrast paints stay wet for a little while, a lot longer than standard acrylics for me, because I'm in Southern California and the paints dry fast. I mean, this stuff was dry really quick. This is the ones I just was mixing. There's a little tiny bit left that's wet. But the contrast paints last a long time. You don't thin them. The way you thin them is using this technical contrast medium. So it's basically what the paint is without the colors and the pigments. So it thins it out so that's what I did to get her hair to be a little bit less intense, because this is the same color on both of these. And this looks better. I really wished I'd done the same thing on Captain Marvel here, but whatever, it's cool. Like I think it was Gator Dave saying it looks kind of like leather. It's rad. And I'll do more to fix that one up. It'll be fine. Again, that's the other thing. Don't sweat it, right? Do your best. It's not that hard. You learn. If you're really afraid, Adam Smasher recommends just getting like budget minis from someplace or Plastic Army Men just to experiment and then paint. And as you grow, you're going to want to get more things. Once you start to use these paints, I use this. This is a wet palette. This one's from, hey, it's totally white. I'll get you a little bit edge here. It has a sponge underneath here that's wet, and then this paper on top. Army Painter makes a really great one that Scott has. It's like $25 a list. So I think you can get it for around $20. It's like on Amazon and other places. Wow, this is already dry. So I feel that this is not wet enough, this sponge. It's supposed to be pretty wet. Also, I got air conditioning running in here, which also makes things a little bit rough here. But as you go, so what I did, I paint my minis. I airbrush these to base them. So I base them black and I airbrush them. There's some inexpensive ways to
spray paint.
Exactly, but I'm just like next step stuff. There's for like as little as $15 from, if you're in the US, there's Harbor Freight. If you get one of their coupons, they have an airbrush, a basic airbrush. As a matter of fact, I'll just get it right now. That is It's good. It's very similar to, I mean, it's not the greatest airbrush ever, but it's a starter, right? And if you have access to a compressor or you want to spend just a little for a compressor, compressors aren't bad to have. Like the one I'm recommending Scott gets a new one because we bought
we bought one and
porter
it broke.
cable one that failed, yeah. But the one from Harbor Freight has one that's, I'll get the name of that too as I go get this airbrush. I'll be right back.
So that's just beginner stuff. Thanks for the follow, Sneak Attack Jack, and the raid. Love the follow music. I love the follow. Yeah, I spent a long time looking for that music. Like hours. Searching tracks. Yeah, we can't actually hear the music for some reason. I need to route it to our call. Did it pop up though? Did the pop-up pop up?
There are some. There's actually some relatively inexpensive air compressor solutions as well. So these are the two. So this is the one I've had for like 40 years. It's a Badger 150. I think it was an IL when I bought it. It had a plastic back on it, but this is kind of how they look now. And they're pretty cheap. They're not. If the Badger has sales, if you follow them on Facebook. Once a year, lately they've been having, since I think the main guy has turned 53 maybe, they've had a sale where basically every airbrush is $53 or something like that. It's pretty great. You got to wait because it takes them a little bit of time to produce them because they're, a lot of people are ordering them. I've ordered a few. I wanted to try some of the new more advanced airbrush types, finer nozzle. This is the one from Harbor Freight. It is not bad. It has, again, it's $15 to get started and see if you actually even like using an airbrush. It has very similar, if you see I broke it here. So Mr. using this forever, never dropping it normally, because this is probably the bulk of the original nozzle. I dropped this one the first time I used it, I think. But it still works. And you can't buy parts, right? That's the one thing about the one, and they're definitely ripping off the Badger design. But you have some needle control. This whole thing on the end lets you adjust, and a lot of the modern ones do that on the Badgers as well. So this is like a basic one, and the thing is, this is a dual action brush. Both of these are dual action brushes. Dual action means you press down to get the air, and you pull back the needle to get the paint flow. So I've used this one literally for 40 years. I have more like this, but my parents bought me this one. It's actually in the worst shape it's been in a long time because I was trying to airbrush on camera, just off camera real quickly, and I made a bit of a mess. But these are great, and it's not, again, you could probably definitely follow Badger on Facebook if you want to go for something inexpensive. That's relative. I mean, they have some amazing airbrushes. But the Patriot ones are great. I think it's Patriot. Renegade is one of the new ones. But again, just to start things off, if you have access to a compressor, these are really great for the price, $15, and it's a good way to see if it's what you want to do. And they'll do a fantastic job for basing, do the base coating. So, yeah, I mean, the Harbor Freight one is not a bad deal, Gator Dave. It's really, really, it's really worth it. Especially because it does an okay job. If you're doing just like I'm doing, where you're doing this is exactly the kind of thing. You just do the black, and with the dual action brush, you can control how much flow you have going on, and then you increase it. You just pull back the needle and press the air. So the dual action means, right? It's gradual pressure to increase how much air is coming out, and then you pull it back for increased paint. The issue about all of these they are a little bit more of a challenge to clean. You have to take the nozzle. So what you really do is you have, I wish these parts were more interchangeable. The cups are not the same size for this one. The cups and the bottles. So I only have a cup for this one essentially. I might have gotten a bottle with it, I don't remember, but I don't think so. They might have spare parts. They actually have, like, if you like these airbrushes enough, they have a whole 6 or 8 airbrush setup that has mounts for it. They all connect to the same air source, which is really amazing. Like if you were doing some cool stuff on like auto body stuff, you know, like airbrushing cars and stuff, or T-shirts. But for cheap, let's see how this thing works. This is not bad. There are some other ones on. As a matter of fact, I saw some ones on Amazon that the part that is down here that connects beneath is a compressor, a battery-powered compressor. I don't know how good those would be. I've always used an actual. Well, I think maybe I might have used cans of air from testers originally, maybe. But it wasn't too long before my parents got me a compressor. And as a matter of fact, the compressor I'm using now is the second air compressor I got, which is my mom bought me for Christmas 15 years ago maybe, from Iwata. Iwata makes great airbrushes too. They're a little more expensive, at least 100 and something. But like, to just see if you're enjoying it, it's not much of a risk. If you notice, this has a different connector than this one. This is more like, I think this is the Iwata size one. I have an Iwata as well. I have quite a few airbrushes. I could pull them out. I have at least 10. But I used to do paintings with airbrushes. When I was in high school and college, I did a lot of stuff that way. So
when you use an airbrush, do you have to
it's a
like,
great
do it
way to go.
outside,
And
or
I think
indoors?
airbrushes are great. I think especially just at a minimum to do this kind of stuff is phenomenal. It's very, very thin coats. It does a really great job. Like, with a spray can, I can't get in his crotch and spray it. Now, I can't know if you can see it, but I did a little bit. I missed a little bit there. There's a little pink showing through on here. But again, you could touch that up with a brush after the fact. Particularly, you do it when you see you look at it very carefully when you've done the black, then you do the light, the zenithal highlight. But yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot of blogs out there about what colors you should get. I think Drive-Through Review, is that what his name is? Joel's thing?
Yep.
I think he gives a list of things he recommends. And
Well, he did a
that's probably
he
as
did
good
a whole thing.
recommendation as any. Of course, I'm
Can you hear
plugged
me?
in here, but I'm not plugged in to hear Scott, so I'm talking to him like a fool without hearing him. Hold on.
I was wondering
Is
if
it
you could.
hold on. Is it Drive-Through Review for Joel Eddy, Scott?
Yeah. I was wondering if you couldn't hear me. I was like,
Yeah.
I was saying something, you didn't respond. But yeah, Drive-Through Review does a whole contrast paint thing too.
Yeah, and Adam does some good stuff. Adam Loper, our Tabletop Meetings. He's actually going to do a show for BGG here, like how to get started in painting. You might want to wait just a little bit to see what he has to say. He's great, though. You can go to his YouTube channel. And then the other guy that is phenomenal, like techniques guy, is Vincent Venturella. He's the guy that Adam's doing that game Rain in Hell. He doesn't charge anything. I don't think he has a Patreon. He's a business. He has a job and he does painting completely as a hobby. But he teaches so much great stuff, like really great techniques, and it's basic to high end. Because I don't know if he's actually won. He might have won. I think he might have won some game workshop. I think he traveled to the UK to go to a games day. But great stuff. Like, there's so much. Miniac is great too. He's not doing as much. I don't think. He kind of like was getting a little bit too much of his life, but I think he's still doing. I know he's still doing videos. I actually haven't had time to watch them because I know he took a break over the holiday, and I've watched like one or two since then. But I used to watch him religiously. And Squidmar is great too. And again, as I said, Midwinter Minis. He's great. And gosh, there's more that I'm missing. Dana Howell, oof, she does like the most amazing paint combinations, like neon paint jobs, like, you know, the neon lights on robots and stuff. It's just great. And then what was the guy that we mentioned the other day? I keep forgetting his name. Wap Elias. Yeah, he on Twitch he streams regularly, almost probably nightly, and he paints with oils. Oils are a completely different ball game, but they are way more workable. Like acrylics dry too. Oh, I actually brought it out. I mentioned it the other day. I said it was extender, but it's called retarder. This is the one I found. Sadly, the store that I bought it at has folded.
What does that do?
This extends the working time of acrylic paints, so that it's kind of like more.
Oh, so they don't dry so quick?
Exactly. I've used this on minis. That is the reason why I say you probably should start with contrast paints. Contrast paints don't dry as quickly, and you do one coat. It's one thick coat. And I wish I had those other minis, but I mean, all these colors here on Captain Marvel, those were all done, except for the gold, with, I can probably do it here better. They were all done with, the gold was an actual standard paint. These were just the contrast paints. I did do a little bit touch up just before we started because there was a little bit of gold coming off of here onto her breastplate or whatever here. So I put a little bit of blue underneath it to fix that. But, and there's more to it. I mean, I painted this like late at night without any lights. I was really dumb. But you know, quick paint job. It wasn't that long. It would have been a lot faster if I had used light. The other thing you need is good light. In here, I've got it pretty made. There's a lot of light around me. I actually have this little light bridge that I bought for around $35. Not that you're going to probably go blind here, but it's got LEDs in it. It's pretty great, and it's great for a small space. It's a little too small. My friend Sebastian, who's an unbelievably great painter, he lives in Germany, but he bought some bridge from this guy that's just massive. And so I want to try to get one of those the next time I visit. Because, you know, it's all broken down, you assemble it, it's all laser cut. Crayola watercolors. Hey man, you got to start somewhere. Nikki and I both are, you know, from painting backgrounds, and Nikki's a gouache and a big-time gouache and watercolor. I've always pretty much painted acrylic and some oil paintings. My mom has, and tempera. Holy crap! What did I paint with? I think I painted two paintings. Well, two big paintings that I won awards for that were fully in tempera paints, and I mixed everything, and it turned out really well. But I've moved to acrylic and never really looked back because I don't like using thinner, you know, mineral spirits and thinners a lot. I mean, I have to use it occasionally for things, but I just don't like fiddling with that stuff. So these wash up with water. All of these wash up with water. They're non-toxic, although I wouldn't eat the paints. Particularly sometimes they have pigments that are nasty. But look at that. That hair looks pretty rad, and that was like a minute, you know.
It does. That looks good. The dark crevices are nice.
Yeah, see, that's what's amazing about this contrast paints. Again, this is zenithal, right? So this darkness down here is because there was more dark than light, and then I sprayed above at an angle, and I tried not to get it into the crevices. The contrast paints do crevices pretty well, but I also try to give it a little bit of, you know, try to keep it on top of that with the airbrush. So much lighter, and at slightly different angles. You know, I come like this and this on the mini as I'm painting it. But yeah, if you notice, like she's dark underneath here, right? So when, you know, the lights where it's hitting
like
her.
a shadow.
Yeah,
built-in
exactly.
shadow.
And so you just put the contrast paint on it, and it's pretty great. And then you learn more techniques. Watch some videos, learn how you can fix these. Like I said on the stream the other day, I had some pooling, what they call coffee stains, where it was a big pool of the green that I didn't catch, and I just painted a little bit of gray over it, and then put the green on top of that, and it was great. It looks really, really good. And this is going to be awesome on the table. And this was a very quick paint job. I did put a little bit more effort because they were saying his hair is green, so I think I used the basilicanum gray, and then I used a green-black ink from Vallejo, and then I put a varnish over that, thinking it was going to be a little bit less shiny, but it was pretty shiny. And then his pants, again, you can't really see it, but you could probably see there's a little bit of a shade difference there now. We used too dark of a paint, so I put
Yeah, it looks good.
a contrast paint. So then I dry brushed. So dry brushing is, here's an example of a small dry brush that I have, and this would be good for this. You dip it in the paint, just the tiniest amount on the tip of the brush, and then you take a piece of paper towel and you rub it on here back and forth until there's no paint. It basically looks like there's zero paint on it anymore. I mean, you'll see paint because it's white, let's say, on black. And then you just drag it on the brush, usually downward, like from the top down. And that's what I did on his pants. And I just did that for the knees. And then here's rear end where it was a little bit, you know, like there should be some light on it. And so I did that, and then I put the lighter purple color that we have from the Citadel paints, and then painted that over it, and it did a great job. I mean, you know, there's ways to fix this stuff, and this technique's pretty spectacular for that. Again, watching Adam streams on Mondays at 7 p.m. Central Time, and Fridays at 10 a.m. Central Time, and he's lately been doing mostly this kind of process, mostly the contrast over the zenith all highlighting. And it's really not that hard. And remember, you can basically strip any paint job you've done.
Right.
I think
Adam
I bought it. I think it's called LA's Best that Adam recommended.
I got mine today. I got 2 spray bottles of it.
Okay. Well, you soak it in that.
I'll probably strip the Hulk.
Okay.
You just spray it on.
You soak it in that, and then maybe not even overnight, but the paint will just brush right off. And then if you use that, like he's talking about, so you could actually buy some pre-painted, you could buy somebody's not such a great paint job, you know, that they're just trying to get rid of, and strip them on eBay, and then strip them and repaint them. But when you use that stuff like LA's, any kind of stripper, you need to clean the heck out of it. You really got to use soap. So that's the other thing I do. Scott didn't, because it's not quite as important. He used the rattle can stuff. I clean all of these minis with a toothbrush and soap and water. Very, very, you know, to get all the mold release crap off of them. What?
Just to get all the dust off it or something?
Yeah, the mold release and things like that off of them. Any kind of oils. And that will help your acrylics stick. So when I'm airbrushing these, I didn't actually bring it out here. When I airbrush these, the primer that I use, but I've been using the black for a little while, and I used the white for the first time the other day, is Stynylrez, Stynylrez, I think is the spelling, from Badger. It's airbrush ready. You can also paint it, but it really does a great job in airbrush. You just pour it into the cup and spray, and it's no thinning, and it's really, really good. I'm sure there's others. You know, I've seen some people talk about saying it was pretty good. I've had zero bad luck with it so far. It's really, really stuck really well. Much better than using an acrylic paint. I've used acrylic paints as a base coat. The other thing about it is you want fine pigments. And the Badger stuff they actually have some good paints too. Has really nice pigments. So does the Monument. And Games Workshop does a pretty great job too. I used to love their metallics. I believe people feel that these Vallejo metallics are pretty great too. Airbrush colors are pre-thinned, and they do a pretty great job of flowing anyway. I will probably put a little bit on here a little bit later, because when I get back to the Red Skull, I want to paint some of his stuff silver. Some of the techniques they also do is called non-metallic metal, where you do shading to make it look like it's metal without. I like using metallics. I'm not afraid of them at all. It's probably one of the reasons why I bond with Adam, because Adam's also the same. He's like, I like metallics. I agree. I feel they do a pretty darn good job. But yeah, there's lots of Badgers. There's lots of airbrushes out there, but I think the Badgers do a good job as a next step up from the Harbor Freight. Again, if you're not doing like fine detail brushing, then the Harbor Freight's going to do a great job for you, because you're just coating, and it doesn't. I mean, until I ding the nozzle. And it still does a fine job, but it was really the flow was really perfect. You know, I'm just trying to get color on it. It's not like I'm trying to do any kind of detail painting, because true airbrush, you know, there's folks that do lots of painting with their airbrush. You know, you can mask things off. There's liquid masks that you can put on, then you airbrush that bit, and then you peel the mask off. I've done that with painting. Yeah, I've done that with paintings. Well, you can also mask with silly putty. You put the silly putty on, wrap it around, then you airbrush that part, and then you just peel it off. It's actually pretty amazing. I've done masking with big paintings. I used to use Frisket film and stuff like that. Wow, I think that color looks pretty good, Scott, now that it's done.
I like it. Yeah, it does look good. That's Plague Bear, right?
Yeah. Well, I think I should do some of the black stuff here. But yeah, Games Workshop's great. They're not cheap, though, I will tell you that. A bottle of the... You can get a little bit of a break. Scott was trying to buy this stuff during the high point of the pandemic, and it was expensive. And it shouldn't be. They're still
I only
$7.80.
overpaid a couple of the more popular colors.
Sure.
Just like slightly overpaid.
But $7.80 is the going price. So this one here, as a matter of fact, the Plague Bearer, I think I bought that at Common Ground. Either that or at, I think it was Common Ground though, but it might have been at Madness. And $7.80 is the going price. If you can get it for like $6 something on Amazon or eBay, that's pretty great.
Does Miniature Market discount?
They do. They absolutely do.
Yeah.
They're definitely a good source as well. As a matter of fact, I bought plenty of things. So they don't make these handles anymore. I think they make the larger versions of these handles this way. But Scott, do you have one of the new ones? The new.
I do.
So Scott says it feels pretty good in your hand. It's more slender. Pull it over to your left. Yeah, that's the new version of the Games Workshop ones. Does it have a magnet, or is it weighted on the base of it?
It's very light.
Okay.
It's not weighted much, if anything.
Yeah. They're pretty nice. I will tell you this. I like this mount a lot on the top. This one here is, again, Redgrass. I'm not getting sponsored, but I have lots of theirs. I have their palette, and they have a Kickstarter going right now for their palettes. And this is the original version of this. It's the handle that you hold it. And the neat thing is you can spin it on the axis here. It's pretty great. Scott has the newer version of this, and I think that's what they're putting on the Kickstarter. It's nice. I like it. I don't know. It uses poster tack, so that's. And then you could just do this. You could do what. Who was saying that they glued it on with hot glue? I mean, that works. You can actually even.
That was Iron Cates.
So Steve Cates. You can also you can super glue it to a pill bottle. I've been using this dowel for a long time. It was not this color when I bought it. You can see my oils from my hand on it. And I just use this and poster tack. Actually, I think this is Quake Hold, which is sort of like poster tack. Quake Hold you can get at Home Depot. It's strong stuff. You just put it on there, and then you just stick your mini on. And this is just as great, and it doesn't cost anything. It's nice. And it does a pretty good job. It doesn't come off easily, you know. It's definitely not as solid as this. This is on here pretty good. As I was saying to Scott, you just put the miniature on top, and then you slide it till it gets into the space, and then you let it go. And it holds larger based minis and everything. CMON has a different size base that they're using, and now. And you know, these are different scale than like Games Workshop anyway. So, regardless, I love minis that have the base on them anyway. Games Workshop is starting to do that a lot more. Some of my favorite stuff I've been painting lately is the Warhammer Underworld stuff. Those are fantastic. And what's really great about those, if you want to get into the Games Workshop ecosystem, is it's $25 to $30 some now for them. Like $25 on special on Amazon, and then $30 some is the base price. You don't get a big discount on Games Workshop stuff, but you get a warband's worth of minis, and they're fantastically molded and very good plastic. It's much, so if you see here, Iron Man is flexible here, right? That wouldn't happen. Well, it could happen probably on some of the miniatures I've been painting from Games Workshop, but mostly the plastic is hard. These are not bad though. I really like them. They're fun. But yeah, and this game here, this has got 9 minis or something like that in it, and it's $30 list, I think. So and here's the really great thing. These chibis are fun and big to paint. So there's nothing wrong. Like if you go to the D&D minis, those are very tiny. But boy, I've seen some fantastic work in those too. We actually met some people from France at Mohan, which you and I still haven't got his book. It's coming along, his How to Paint book. But we saw their stuff at I can't remember what the company name was, at FIJ, and she gave us this little unicorn. Actually, she gave us like 3 minis. Gave us this unicorn that she painted that was really cute, and a friend of Mohan's, and a pumpkin, a jack-o'-lantern thing, and one other one. I felt so bad. She was like, "Oh, I want you to have these." I'm like, "Oh, I can't take these. They're so beautiful." And she's like, "No, it's easy for me." I'm like, "Okay," yeah, these are really fun to paint, and these really work.
So I never
well.
used the Citadel painting handles till today, or till this week,
Yeah.
or to this painting session, and I really like them.
Yeah, but look how great this looks.
I forget what I used to use.
You used to use probably Citadel paints.
No, I meant the painting handles.
Oh yeah. Did you use handles before?
No, I don't remember what I used, honestly.
You probably held them. I mean, I was the king of holding them too. But what happens is my oils take the paint off. Using these handles is great. But look how fantastic this looks from the Zenithal highlighting, right? It's got the highlights on the top edges. It really looks great. And this is 2 coats of this color because it was a little too yellow-green for me. It's still a little extreme, but it's comic booky, right? So it's perfect. I should paint his shirt black. I wonder if I can get in there and do that. It's hard.
Steve says $1 to $2 paints at Joann's for most stuff still looks good on the table for people starting out on the
Absolutely. So, but here's the problem with those paints, though. But I agree with you 100%, Steve. I actually have lots of those paints as well. The pigments are very grainy,
light,
but they don't go on smooth. But he's right. You can absolutely start just doing that as well. Although I think as a beginner, contrast paints really. I mean, look at Scott. He's getting excited here, and he's literally painted 4 minis now, right? And some are a little bit disappointing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, he's a little bit disappointed with some of it, but it's still fantastic. Let me see what the gray looks like, and they're really great. I think they're a good way to get started, and there's not a lot of subtlety in painting them. That's why the Zenithal undercoat is so spectacular. Because you kind of
get shading on them. It just adds shading for you automatically.
Well, contrasts do that as well in the so certain minis look better. Like if you did a Space Marine, they've got lots of flat surfaces. It's not so great, but if you do the Zenithal highlight, it actually does a pretty good job, and you just slop it on there because it's basically one thick coat. The other thing that like Duncan Rhodes, another great YouTube. He might have stuff on YouTube, but he's also on Twitch. He was one of the Games Workshop. He was like the face of Games Workshop's painting stuff. He's great, and his is like 2 thin coats, right? Is what his recommendation is, and he's right for regular painting. But for this stuff, it looks really slick. And again, these brushes, I bought these brushes on eBay. They were Zem is the model, and they're golden Taklons, and the recommendation was from Sam Lenz, which is a painter that Adam knows, and he's a big-time award winner. He uses golden Taklons basically exclusively. He doesn't waste his time with the standard sables because they're expensive, and you tend to destroy them, and you just burn through these that cost like $3 or $4 a piece. And I've never used one like this before, really, for this kind of work, and it's my first time. Again, this is slopping paint on, but I like it. They're definitely great. They've held the point, and the biggest thing is the belly of the brush holds a lot of paint. The little small ones I use, that's the reason why it's a problem for me, because I don't. This is basically the brush I use. This is one of my beat up ones, and I'm like putting this tiny brush and trying to get paint on, so I'm constantly going back to the pot. Not so great. I don't know what all this is here. But yeah, the Monument Hobbies makes good paintbrushes too. These are this is the Baumwick. I think what were the other ones called? They're not artillery. They're Baumwick det cords.
I got a Baumwick here.
Yeah, the Baumwick det cords. They're great. So this is synthetic Kolinsky too, right? Which is it's mimicking a sable, mimicking. But yeah, this is pretty great. This is very similar to what I got right here. These are not that expensive, and you can get, like, if you use that code, I think it's Tabletop Minions, you can actually watch Adam's stream. Watch his stream before you buy anything, you can get a discount. But yeah, these are basically the same size. They're both 4s.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't spend a lot to get started. Make sure you enjoy it. I have some friends that, I always tell people, please don't go too crazy.
The Joann's thing might be the right move.
Yeah, to
Because
at
you
least
can get
figure
a
out
lot of
whether you
different
like it.
colors. You can get a lot of different colors and play around.
Yeah, you're going to not
Or
get the results you want, though,
yeah, maybe not.
initially,
I don't know.
right? You're not going to get this kind of look just putting on paint. I mean, although, like Iron Kate's is saying, hey, thanks for the follow, Usher.
Wow,
you
you're working
should.
now. You can hear it.
I can. Um, you can't. Thank you so much for the follow.
Thank you.
These do a pretty great job. It is a little bit more involved, but it isn't once you really understand it. Like I literally painted these 5 extra minis, or excuse me, 6 because I only did no 7. I did these, and then did these 3, and I did them in 15 minutes time, right? You know, especially if you know how to like. One of the things I have this bottle that they I don't remember who recommended it. It was a guy explaining how to clean your airbrushes. I can't remember. Anyway, this is great because I squirt water into the cup. Usually when I try to like get the right amount of paint into your cup. The way these work is you have either a bottle at the bottom or a cup that hangs over on the side. And the way I put paint in is I often will dab it, brush it in to the cup, or pour it in. If you're using these Monument paints, you can pour it in, and then the Badger stuff I use for the undercoat for the primers is also got it's basically got the same kind of cap as like the paints that we're talking about from Joann's or Hobby Lobby. What can you do if you use a spray primer on figures but it dries like sandpaper? Okay, so yeah, that's what you basically do is
like globbing.
yes. Also doing it when it's too hot and when there's humidity, there are some issues. You can slop it to wash and thin out dark. Yeah, it cracks. Yeah, that's pretty good too. It's like 90% for a pro paint job. So yeah, what you basically need to do is strip them when you do that. And is it called LA's Best, Scott? Is that what it was called that you ordered?
I'll find out in a second. I'll put a link in the
LA's
chat.
LA's something or other. It's not. You can
think
get it
it's
for
like
like
LA's
99 cents store at the dollar, 99 cents at the dollar store, and it's not very expensive on the stores online either. And you just soak it, I think, overnight. It doesn't do anything to the plastic. It'll just take the paint off, and then you can start again. Because I've had it do that where it's like it's textured on top of the paint is like textured, so it's definitely kind of like sand. It's frustrating. That's what's impressive about. Well, first of all, this stuff here from Badger is amazing. It goes on really, really smooth. But also the Games Workshop, their primers are expensive. They're nearly $20 a can, but they do a pretty great job.
It's called LA's Totally Awesome All-Purpose Cleaner.
Yeah, totally. LA's Totally Awesome.
Now this is really expensive on Amazon, so this is only if you can't get it like locally.
Right.
It's $10 for 2 bottles, $11 for 2 bottles. That's expensive.
Yeah, when you can get it for $1.
If you can't find it anywhere, it's not that
Dollar store
crazy.
has it. It's in the cleaning section. And again, when you use it, you strip it and then you clean it very, very well. Lots of soap and water with a brush, and then let it dry completely before you paint again. Because might have been Adam was talking about using, or no, somebody else was using, and I think he hadn't had that problem, then he had it. The paint kept coming on, like there were problems, and it's because it turned out it wasn't clean enough. I can't remember exactly the story he was telling, but it was pretty awesome.
So yeah, mine feel a little gritty, if I'm being honest. There's a little bit of grit.
Well, you use the 2XL or whatever, 2X or whatever 2X. He was saying don't use.
Yeah.
That he was saying it should be okay on these because these are so large scale. I was mixing this, but yeah, I don't think that they're. I don't know. So I'm with Steve on this. Like, if you just want to start and apply stuff on there, it's good. But if you want to get some pretty amazing results and feel like nothing feels better than actually doing a great job, like having something come out pretty nice relatively quickly. And that's where I think these are encouraging. Like, again, I tried to convince Scott of this almost 2 years ago at Gen Con time. We came back to his place before.
Into it.
I know you were focusing on other things. And I was like, oh my gosh, you got to try this out. Because I hadn't actually used it yet. It was the concept, and I understood how it worked. I'm like, this is going to be amazing, and it is pretty great stuff.
So there's my green goblin. He's a little dark. This is the this is the warp lightning green.
Okay.
I probably should have used orc flesh.
Huh. I would have thought warp lightning would have done it. I thought that was more electric looking.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty dark. Yet again. It's still fine though. I think it's fine. And that lighter purple on him. And then I just did silver all over his armor. And the pumpkin. He's got purple gloves, purple shirt.
What was the silver that you used? Was it?
I used the monument silver.
Monument, cool.
Let me see if I can find it. I just used like 2 drops of it. That one.
Cool.
The acryl.
Pro acryl, yeah. I have not used.
I think it needs an ink. Maybe I have an ink. I think I got
to
an
wash
ink
it. Did you buy any of the?
It's just solid silver.
Did you buy any Nuln oil?
I do have the Nuln oil.
That's pretty good start for inking.
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, because he's got like armor, like chainmail.
Yep, that'll work.
Or scale mail. Maybe.
But I think the number one thing is you should just get started and try painting. It's what Steve said, you can just get started by spending like $10. Go get an okay brush. Actually, Hobby Lobby has some okay brushes. They used to have really good stuff at Michael's, but I haven't seen, when I've gone recently, it was not very good. Of course, it also could be, I don't know, it's been a little while since I've been in Michael's. But it was in COVID times,
yeah.
And all the crafting stuff was like completely wiped out. Everybody was taking the opportunity to get started on it. But like I said, like this tray I have here for the painting tray, it was Hobby Zone, and it's really great. And I gave one to Nick Murphy. I gave Nicky's, which was a mistake, and I can't get another one. And nobody makes one like it. I was looking on Etsy for like STLs that I could make my own, laser cut it.
I bought the one from Broken Token.
But that's just the paint holder, right?
Yeah, it's just a paint holder.
So this
Which
one
you
here.
can see now, I'm zooming out.
Yeah, that's awesome though. So this is what I have. You can't really see it over there, but it holds all my paints, not all my paints, a lot of paints. These are like little wells to put a cup of water in. I don't use them for that. But they hold a lot of paintbrushes and a lot of paints. And I like these especially because this is a big arc where you put the bottles in. It doesn't have holes specifically for the paint. So you can mix, number one, other sizes and cram in a lot of stuff, more than you could do on the others because of the gap. This is Hobby Zone. I don't know when they're going to have, they're from Poland, I believe, and I don't know when they're going to have stuff again because everybody's sold out, including Hobby Zone. And when I tried to order from Hobby Zone, I think I needed I got an account. It turns out I think that's if you're a retailer. You can't order at least in the time that I was trying to do it, you can't order as just a regular schmo like myself. But I do like it. It's a great little tray. I hope Nick's using it. Nicky had never used it.
We'll get it back if he's not.
It'll be fine. He'll use it. He really loves to paint, so I felt he was just frustrated. He's sharing an apartment, and he just doesn't have a lot of space, so I know how that goes.
Yep.
And he'll use it more than Nicky will right now. I mean, we'll get one for Nicky. And it's not necessary. We can actually share this tray. Because I don't paint on the tray. Now, I wish I had 2 of these mats. I don't know. They seem to be gone every time I try to get one. But I'd like to get another one and let Nicky use it as well because they're great. I like them. They actually have little areas that prevent the paint from spilling far. Hey, notice I don't have it in a holder. You really should get a holder.
Yeah. I need to get another one of those holders.
These little star ones are 3D printed, and then this one is from Games Workshop. It holds three of their bottles. You need to look because you might want to get others. The crazy thing about the Games Workshop is these lids. You can bump the lid and really make a mess. This is also pretty great. Their cup. I put this little holder. I 3D printed this little holder to hold paintbrushes alongside it, right? But the cup itself is great. It has these ridges in here that you can't really see that help you point your brush. So you pull it up through this, and it'll taper the brush, so you're not sticking it in your mouth and trying to get it point. It's pretty great for like $8 or $9. They're really nice. Did you buy one of those, Scott? You did, didn't you?
Which one?
The
paint holder?
The pot. The paint.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah,
The
they're
water
good
pot?
because
Yeah.
it has ridges in it too, along the wall on the inside and the bottom to help clean your brush.
Yeah,
This other
it's nice.
crazy one over here that I have it has a water well. Oops, I'm squirting water. That it fills up. It's not in the shot. Has this bottle on top that's it's got a little nozzle on it, and it has this little area that you can clean your brush, and then if you want clean water, you just push this little button and a little
I like that.
stopper
I might
on
have
the
to get one
bottom.
of those.
These are great. The stopper on the bottom opens up, and then you have fresh water. It's pretty
waters.
great. Yep. I use this
Oh,
when
so
I'm trying
Ushin
to.
was using that Rust-Oleum 2X. That's exactly what I use too. A new can works good, but yeah, I guess he had an old can. The
Ooh, Star Wars
suggestion
Legion.
that I've heard is to not use the 2X, but probably okay for those minis that don't have a huge amount of detail.
He's saying the makeup brushes. These are great. This is a Elf. Scott has. I have one of the big ones here for the Elf as well. This is like $4.25 on Amazon, and they do a great job. You know, it's like the tip of it is very, very soft. It's supposedly not good for makeup, but great for this stuff. I guess it doesn't feel great on your face. Although I don't know, Nikki was going to try them, but yeah, you just dip it in the paint, then you rub it on paper towel till you think there's no paint left. And then you just delicately brush it on the miniature, and you'll be surprised. It'll transfer color onto the miniature, and then you use that as hiding. You brush down, so like it's zenithal in that sense. You want the lights to be at the top, the light part to be at the top. It's amazing. I saw Adam do, he spray can primed some Hellboy guys, and he dry brushed with this, the same units. And I think these looked better with his spray can priming for the zenithal. I think the dry brush ones looked better. It made their leather jackets look like leather. I mean, I don't know that they're leather jackets, because they also, when you did the airbrushed version, they looked kind of like tweed, you know, like wool coats, which look great too, by the way. So I mean, there's lots of options. And there is no wrong way to do this stuff. Like whatever it takes for you to get to where you want to go is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, I keep moving away. I want to paint here. So this is kind of delicate for a contrast paint, but you know what I'm doing here. It's you kind of want to put it on, but it's okay. Like I want this to be a lighter. I don't want it to be a solid black.
Oh, so you did paint the buckles?
I'm going to paint them silver, I think, when I'm done here. I'm painting around them right now with the black, or the basilicanum gray, which is pretty dark. And you can make corrections, like, you know, you can wipe the stuff off pretty quickly if you're fast. You can use the brush to wick off the paint. Like I think I put a little bit too much there. Now it's nothing. Now it's too little. But you can also wash it off with if you do it right away. Scott waited about a minute. It was too late.
It's too late.
You can wash it off with your paintbrush. There's lots of little ways to fix your mistakes. Also, it doesn't again, it's not even that big. I mean, this looks pretty good. You should see my Captain Marvel. She is not great. Okay. Thanks for the follow. Scanicos. Can't read it.
Something like that. Scanicos.
So yeah, this has like a little bit of shading from this is a smooth belt too.
Yeah. Oh, I really like the coat.
Yeah, it looks cool.
The folds, all the folds got nice and shaded and everything.
Yeah, that's the zenithal highlighting. It really works. Really works. See, and it's like brighter on the top of his chest where the sun would be more direct. His skull. Right. I should have probably done the contrast medium to just give it a little bit. So you see, again, there actually probably wasn't a lot of shading because I wanted it to be red, and so you can see the back of his head was a little bit darker, and so the front is a little bit brighter. But it looks good though. I mean, that'll be fun. That'll be fun.
Hey, Scanicos. Yeah, the coat looks awesome.
Yeah, and it's pretty basic. That's 2 coats of that one color, and you have to apply it smooth. Make it as so you work with wet edges is what they call it most of the time, and you're kind of doing that with thanks for the subscription. That's really great.
Kit. Thank you very much.
3 months. Wow, that's fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that zenithal really does a nice job on it, and it's so basic. Like, it's so basic what I did to do that. But yeah, you want it to be wet, so you keep working on it, but you can go back. Like I went back, like I said, and fixed that Hulk after the fact, and went back and put put some more green on, and you don't even really notice it. Like, I'll show you right here on his shoulder. So right here, they had what was called coffee stain, so it was a big puddle of it, and it dried, and it was very dark, sort of like this here, but this is, although that should be like lighter because it's his shoulder, but regardless, it did not look good here. So I just took a little bit of gray, I mixed the white and black paint I had and put a little bit of the gray over it, and then just put the contrast green over it again, and it did a great job. That's another thing you can also do. You can actually edge highlight and you can do all that stuff prior to painting the other color. You use the white or the light gray, and then do some stuff on top of it, and then pour the put the contrast paint on it, because it depends on how dark it is. So some of them, you'll get people that don't recommend, like the ultramarine blue is not recommended from a lot of people.
Such loud. Are the alerts too loud? They're really loud. Let me see if I can turn them down a little bit.
Deafening our audience.
I think they're going out 2 times.
Oh, like they're double layered?
I'll just lower it by 15%. There we go. Let me see. I'll do a test. Do I have a test?
I need to keep this away from where I'm working. I'm ridiculously meticulous. I'm trying to do these fast, and I'm still doing stuff too slowly for what's going on here. Trying to decide if these buttons should be metal or if they should be the color of the fabric. You know, you have buttons that are coated in the fabric. So I'm going to paint a little silver. Hey, thanks for the follow, Kaya.
Is that any better?
Oh, that was the test.
I turned the volume down.
Yeah.
Just to see if it got a little better. There we go. Thanks, Steve.
Not as deafening.
How was your game weekend, Steve? For the
for the
makeup for Kubla?
Mini Kubla. I think I should cover.
Did I tell you we played 12 hours of? We played 12 hours of.
You did. That's pretty awesome.
Of
Ethereum.
No, drop the name of the game. Etherfields.
Okay. Is Ethereum the currency, the cryptocurrency.
Ethereum is the Bitcoin currency. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a cryptocurrency.
So I'm just putting a little bit of silver on his belt buckle. That looks pretty good. It's a little, I mean, it is a smooth metal surface, so I think it's okay. Oh, you know what? I need my magnifiers so I can really see what I'm doing. Whenever I do anything this detailed, I should, my old man eyes.
Oh, yeah. It was cool. Played a lot of games. Well, that's cool.
We had a real good time this weekend. That was so much fun. You know,
Yeah,
it's again back to the feeling like, you know, a little normal there for us to play. It was great.
Pretty much back to normal, right? I mean,
yeah, it was like we didn't wear masks. All of us are fully vaxxed, so
yeah.
it was fun. And Deborah actually brought her mother, who's visiting, and that was fun to meet her. And
Cool.
she brought Ripley, one of her dogs, which was great. She's a good dog too. She's usually, so when we visit her at her house, Ripley's running the show. She's definitely the alpha, but she was much more subdued here. It was nice.
All right. Played Barrage for the first time. I have not played Barrage. It's in the top 100 already.
That's awesome.
I Love Cats. The Isle of Cats got top 100 this week as well.
So I put a little bit too much on there. Let's see if I can take it off.
Here, I'll send you a picture of my Green Goblin.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's hard to see on the camera.
It's a little
So
hard.
there we
yeah,
go.
I mean,
I actually put too much
I think
silver
it's,
on. I was able to take it off. I probably painted a little too soon also. Hey, look at that. I got a little bit on the, across the metal, the belt from the buckle. So I need to put it on. I need to put a little bit. So this is what's really great about these, is they do a pretty good job of coating. Again, I'm being a baby. It's not worth worrying about, but I always end up thinking about that stuff. That's why. So Captain Marvel is going to be my cursed mini, like Scott's.
Oh well, it's not as bad as my Captain Marvel.
Did you do yours already? You're finished with it?
I screwed it up. I'm gonna strip it and start again.
Okay.
I painted the face blue.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Very beginning today.
Goofball.
That's just funny that you're like, hey, let's go. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second.
Yep.
There we go. He looks pretty good. That belt buckle looks pretty cool too. Both the buckles look good. Okay, let's get black. I'm going to paint the hand with real black. Well, not real black, but Games Workshop black. Here it is, right? Black Templar contrast.
It's weird. I can't get a focus on this thing.
Hold your hand out.
Yeah.
That's a good idea too, starting with a character you don't care about. And like starting with some basic cheap minis, right? You can buy stuff on eBay, you can buy painted, somebody's, some kid maybe painted his armies and didn't, although I would never get rid of my bad old paint jobs. I mean, I have some, I should find them. I have some World War II minis. Let me see if I can find them here. They should be out here. That were, they said they had like pink piping and all this stuff, and I did it. I did it all like the way they were described. I don't know if I've ever seen any, maybe that was just making them less horrifying or something. I don't know, because they were German soldiers. But there was, my parents bought me them for Christmas, and I painted them. I painted them. Oh wow! Wow, dude, Groot looks darn good.
They're not bad.
A little bit of dry.
There's a little miss spot right on his top of his nose.
Well, you can touch it up now.
Yeah, I'm gonna touch it up.
Yeah, Sandman looks good, dude. Wow,
it's growing on me.
Green
He looks
Goblin looks
different.
good too.
Oh yeah. Although he looks like he's got red hair because black
Yeah.
widows behind him.
Yep. Dude, I'm
There's a
glad you
little
did that
missing on the
purple.
nose.
That purple is
Yeah, that's the Magos purple.
and if you feel it's too light, you just put another coat on.
I think it looks good though.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, let's see how this goes. I don't think I've ever used this one. Maybe once.
Which one is it?
The Black Templar contrast paint.
Oh, Black Templar.
Okay, silver, close it up. Do I have any other silver I should be doing? Is there something on his back? Nope.
I'll do another little quick coat right on the top of his head.
I'm wondering if I want the gloves to, hey. I can't read that.
Vance, thank you again. Oh wow, 6 months.
Oh, thanks very much. It's bad looking at these readers because I can't see anything, except right up close.
Yeah, progressive readers now. So you don't have to put them on the tip of your nose.
Oh, I know. I mean,
you need your glasses to see far.
I need glasses to see far. So I taught my optometrist was telling me I didn't do it because it was just before. I think I did it in October before we. Before the holidays and stuff, and we were in lockdown. But he said I could get a prescription to just look across the table, right? That'll be perfect for me to look across the table, which I want to get because I can't. That's my biggest problem. I can see the stuff in front of me for the most part. I just can't see the other side of the table.
You're using a mixer, yeah. We're using paint mixers. They are. Lab Genius?
Yeah, Lab Genius, like $80.
You push it and it shakes the bottle.
Yeah, it's designed. I think it's really designed for like doing test tubes and stuff.
Yeah, I think it's for beakers or test tubes.
Yeah.
I'll put mine on camera real quick here. I can show it.
I call it. Here's mine right here. So you just press down on it. Works pretty great. A lot of dust on there. There you go. Look at Scott's. His looks all new.
Oh, make sure the lid's on.
Oh my gosh, what just happened?
Sort of spins and shakes.
Yeah, I hold it in and I let it, and it spins on it because I'm just holding it down to actually activate it and with enough pressure, and it spins underneath my fingertip as it goes, but it does a pretty good job.
All right. Am I doing another one? What time is it? 10:30.
Yeah. Oof, 8:30. Okay.
Do one more. Start something one. 8:30 for you. Yeah, Lab Genius Mini Vortex Mixer. Yep. Exactly that. M1011001. Yes. Could do Ant-Man. He's all colors, right? There's no flesh there.
No, he's in a suit because he gets shrunk down.
Yep. See if I can find an Ant-Man.
Well, I'm excited because I want to dry brush the coin. I think that's what I'm going to do to make it to work.
Could you do silver and then just do null oil?
Yep, you can totally do that.
That's probably what I'm going to do. Oh, he's got a lot of metal.
Lots of silver.
Yeah. He's red and silver and black. They did all black on his back, but his mask is silver. And his pants are red. Everything like underneath the armor is red.
I'm not sure he actually has any armor on him, but
well, his mask is sort of like
armor, that might be metallic, right? Yeah.
And then he's got armor. like arm, what are they called? Like bracers
Ah, okay.
on his forearms. That's not Ant-Man. What am I looking at here? Who is that? Oh, that's Ultron. Ultron's all silver. Ant-Man.
Also, you got to remember, you don't really need to go crazy about painting underneath in areas because if it's not visible. Hey, thanks for the follow.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Rock Corn.
Rock corn.
Rock Corn. Gator Div says, I'm sorry, Lincoln, for ever questioning the green jacket. Red Skull looks great.
It does look
It
cool,
does.
doesn't it? It really turned out
really
really
good.
cool. Well, I was going to do the black. I was all aboard on the black, but then I saw the ones, and I'm like, well, that kind of looks cool. Although I like this, I actually like this green version, this version of green too. It's cool. You know, painting these chibis. I actually have a couple of. I want to paint some of the Super Dungeon Explorer stuff too. Those are really cool chibis as well.
Do you have any of the Arcadia Quest stuff?
I don't know. I don't think so.
That's a game you'd probably play more like playing.
Than
Did you
Super
get-
Dungeon
yeah,
Explorer.
there's-
Well, it's nothing to do with wanting to play it. I just want to paint those minis.
Oh, right. Yeah.
The Super Dungeon Explorer really looks
It's-
cool. Because they're chibis too. I wonder if some of the people that worked on this worked on that one or not. Because I thought that was done in Brazil. People in Brazil worked on that one as well. I don't know how much of this is actually done in Brazil. Probably a lot. Although, I don't know, the designers don't necessarily mean. Because Eric is obviously Canadian, and I don't know where the guy that did, I think he might be Italian. The other designer that was the guy that did, what was the name of that? Kingsburg.
Yeah. How is this game to play?
I love it. It's now
I love
Keith
it
is
too.
bored with it, but I think it's fun. Now I've just made another $200-something commitment to the other stuff, so I'm going to
Better like it.
Again, I often just love painting this stuff too. You know what I mean? I just wish I had a place to display it. We visited a friend a year and a half ago, who does not paint his own minis. He was hoping to get to that, but he had somebody fantastic painting his minis, and he had them all on display, and it was just so cool. I just don't have that kind of. You could do something on your wall though, like, well, we don't have lots of spare wall space, so probably can't. But it would be nice. We actually had a cabinet. IKEA makes these cool cabinets. I did not get one of those yet, but we had this one cabinet that was here when we moved into the house, and we were going to fix it up to do the minis, but we never did it.
You know, I should just lay down a flat paper towel so it doesn't focus on the background.
That might
That's
work.
what's happening here. Have you seen Soastros paintwork? He's on YouTube.
Nope, I'll have to look. There's a lot of great stuff out there. I mean, it's just really great. And the neat thing is tons of great ideas from all that stuff. Like, one of the cool things, I think the first things I saw that Midwinter Minis did was he did a bunch of terrain that was just phenomenal. You know, just so cool. And it was such a great idea. Hey, you know what? I think I'm gonna probably use, trying to break him. I might use the skeleton horde for the pants. I should test it and see. Because they should be some sort of like, well, what does the pictures look like? Well, they have kind of a gray pant here on that one.
I think the game's pretty fun.
Yeah, I really enjoy it.
It's not a deep game, but it is got some interesting fun choices.
And some
I like all the
challenges,
powers.
man.
Yeah, I like all the powers and stuff.
See, they're doing it with black pants. See, that's cool. That's standard style, like doing the little highlights on the edges. But look how great that looks, though, right there. It looks pretty darn natural. It's really great. It's such a cheat, but it's such a wonderful cheat. It really. I mean, it's not a cheat. It's another technique. It's always just another like quiver in your arrow in your quiver. You know what I mean? It's like
arrow in your quiver.
Yeah, your quiver and your arrow. It's just another way to get things done. You know. Well, I could try using the one of this. I don't know. I don't know what color his pants are. I think they're going to be gray. I think I need to paint them with the basilicanum gray. That'll probably be fine. But look at his gloves. They look cool too. I mean, that's black though. That's the problem with that. Any of the highlighting I did is almost lost on it. I probably will put like a varnish on. Hey, some black I didn't paint. I'll probably put some varnish on the gloves to give them a little bit of a sheen. That's what's hilarious to me is like you see something you miss, like how did I miss that? It's like so obvious.
Yeah. Got to look it around, over and over a few times.
I need to fix his teeth too. Okay, well I'm going to go back to that gray. I should have done that. Should have made that decision earlier, but I was thinking lighter. I was thinking, I don't know. I have no idea where he's even stationed. He was in the Eastern Bloc, I think, in that. So I will get the basilicanum back out. Probably pretty mixed. I don't need to mix it again. Okay. Excitement, he'll be almost done. Wow, that looks pretty good for a quick coat. It's a little too much now.
Can't exactly tell.
Bound and determined to put that little bit of dark on that collar that you're not even going to see. But that worked. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm not doing the... Usually I would clean up some of the mold lines, and there's definitely some stuff here I should have cleaned up. There's a piece right there that looks pretty stick-outy. Let me see, do I have a knife here? I don't. I do have my tiny, tiny knife. Let me see if that'll work. My ultra wee knife. I'm sure this knife is super intimidating to Keith. There you go, boom, that came off. That's pretty good.
You watch Cruella yet?
No.
Any interest?
I mean, I heard it's okay. I'm not going to spend $30 to see it. I might go see it in a theater and feel up to it, but it'll be
It's
on Disney
I guess
Plus
it's
before
$30. I guess if you
Yeah.
have to.
Did you buy it? Did you do it?
No. I no.
Wow, look
I didn't
how
realize
great.
it was $30.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because it's just like the other ones from that they had done. You know, the
Yeah, like Mulan and everything.
yes. I mean, I understand that. It's cool. It's exciting that they're just making it available at all at home, but I don't want to see it that badly. Our friend Erin Gerton, Nikki went to lunch with her, and she said, she was like, I don't want to see the Cruella de Vil's origin story, but maybe it's better than we think. Okay, well, now I got to figure out what I want to do. Do I want to actually do some colored, different colors on the base? That kind of looks like brick. Wonder if I have anything brickish. Again, I could probably make something if I mixed a red and a brown. Or Gorgrunta fur, that's pretty good. The funny thing is you don't even, I'm not priming things. Well, that would be similar to the way the bricks, theoretically the bricks there, or whatever that is, would be slightly different from what I would see on, it would be similar to what the primers would be on the Gray Seer when you look at the charts to see how these look. Because that was what was great about that Spell of the Souls thing that you had for the contrast.
Yeah, you can see how they kind of look.
You can see pretty well what they're going to look like. Man, that works really well. A little bit of a long time, but I've never even opened this paint. I've had it for a little while. Oof, that might be too brown. Poor Iron Man's going to get tested on all the time here.
Oh.
That'll probably be cool. Let's go for it, Lincoln. Lincoln, go for it.
Go for it. Go for it.
Gopher.
I'm not sure what I guess I'm gonna just simply do black and red with Ant-Man.
Okay. Yeah. It's not bricky.
And some silver.
Not bricky, but whatever. It looks like
Now we just need a little blue LED and a semi-transparent cube to be Red Skull holding the Tesseract.
That would be rad.
That would be neat.
I'll just put the blue cube that they give you into his hand.
Dance and Desi, we are using the Games Workshop Citadel contrast paints.
Almost exclusively. There's a few standard paints we're using.
There's a black and a white, silver and gold that we're using outside the Monuments version.
Yeah, there's Monument Hobbies. They're a little bit more standard. Let's see how that looks. It looks kind of. I mean, obviously it's red right now. It looks like that brown ceramic.
It's got a
tiles.
brown. It looks brown to me.
Yeah, I wanted it to be more brickish, but
more red.
Yeah.
Or a little more.
I gotta let it dry.
Yeah.
And I think I'm gonna make these conduit, even though I don't think they made conduit like that back in the day. So I'll use the silver, and then I'll probably put some of that basilicanum gray back on the ground to darken it up a bit, or maybe just make that dirt. Make it dirt. So yeah, you don't even thin those paints, the contrast paints. So I'm just putting a little bit of silver on the tops. So what I'll do is, since it's going on pretty bold here, I'm going to I'll wash them with Knoll oil when I'm done, probably. But that's cool. So I put away that gray again, and I'm probably going to use it here. Although I might just use some Knoll oil. Let's see how that goes. This is the stuff I think I bought whenever you were buying stuff right after that I think you bought it around Christmas time. And then I bought the stuff from Games Workshop, and it took 3 weeks or something to get to me. I was like, what? But, you know, again, they're busy.
But it is just weird how they don't have like a distribution here in the States.
Well, it's also...
Is it coming from England?
I'm sure that was coming from...
UK?
Well, some of it might have been. Notifications. They're so fun. See, what I love is when I look at that stuff and there's no no notification that showed up. It's my favorite.
You didn't get, so it didn't actually send you a notification? It did.
Yeah, it made the noise, but nothing was coming. So yeah, I'm just putting some Knoll oil here on the base to give it a little. Now it's not. I should be using. Well, I might dry brush it. It's against what I'm doing here, but because actually the Basilicanum gray does a good job. I just wanted to kind of do a little bit different stuff here. Yeah, that's working. But Knoll oil is a wash that you put over, like, I could probably do it on these. So I'm putting it over the cables, and it makes it look, so I just put the silver on there, and then I put this Knoll oil over it, and it washes into the cracks and makes it look.
It just goes right into the crevices.
Yep. Like the butter on a Thomas's English muffin, man.
Right. Or a fresh cob of corn.
Yeah, there you go. That looks pretty good. He's almost done. I'm going to give him a little bit more definition on these blocks.
Yeah, I'm going to dry brush this guy.
He's got another steel beam underneath him. Oh my gosh. So that does, it's a little bold on that brick, but hey, it's something. It's a difference in color. Oh, I need to do this block here too. So it looks, see, I mean, that brought out the detail of that crack. I mean, it's basically, that's what kind of like what contrast paints are, is they're basically like a wash that pops the, fills in the crevices. But this is very thin. Knoll oil is very, very thin. It's essentially an ink. They call it a shade with Games Workshop. I actually really like inks. Games Workshop used to have some pretty fantastic inks too.
Yeah.
Scott, I'd say this guy's almost done. He needs some white.
Yeah, I would call him done.
He needs some white. I don't think I'm going to paint any eye. I mean, I put black on, but I don't think I'm going to put any highlights or anything like that. That's pretty cool. I mean, I'm still going a little too slow. Too much thinking. But I'm happy with the results.
Well, that's your nature.
Oh, I know.
I'm just like, I think I'm just going to use two colors.
Think twice. Well, you're like me in some ways. We think a little bit before going sometimes. I suppose I could dry brush some actual red paint on that brick if I really want to do something, but I think it'll be fine. Wow, he really looks good.
I'm mostly black, but I think when the contrast paints, he'll get a little lighter once it dries up.
Well, look at the pants, his gray pants. They actually look good. I just used the silicone gray.
Totally.
So I did the
Yeah.
black on the boots
Awesome.
and then the gray on the pants. It really works. It really works. He's going to look amazing on the table. Probably going to have to play with the red skull here as our villain. Although
Well, that's the first scenario.
You're never going to see it. It's all from above. But we'll probably show him in the highlight there.
Yeah, you definitely got to make a display picture.
Let me put some silver on. I'm going to do silver on those buttons. Those buttons are going to be silver. Probably not what it would have been, but
Yeah, the brick track looks nice. Yeah, I think there's like a bronze metal you can use if you want to make it look bronze-like, brassy.
oh, the buttons.
Yeah.
Well, I can easily do an ink over
Oh
it.
yeah.
And I might just do that. I might use the. You're not supposed to
Get
shake.
closer here, buddy.
You're not supposed to shake these shades strong tone too much. It's a light shake, but it has a pigment as well. And I'm not sure what like light shaking is.
Yeah. What is light shaking?
Okay, the silver's done. It's not quite. I might put some. The Nolan oil didn't quite make it dark enough, I think, on the base. So I probably drip a little bit, little of the, or I might put strong tone on there. That'll turn it maybe to look a little bit more like dirt. Yeah, the brick looks cool. A little strong.
I'm gonna dry brush silver.
It could be a wood deck that's just to the edge of his. That'll be my translation. It's a wood deck. I'll dry brush it a little bit too. But it did a pretty good job on the silver conduit here. It's not. I didn't actually really put a lot of silver on there either because I kind of wanted to be. Just was putting it on the tips. I've done a lot of that where, you know, you're like spending forever working on the cables and stuff, and that's just silly. That's silly. Although, again, depending on what you're trying to do. Wow, dude, the buttons look good.
Heavily black suit Ant-Man, but I'm going to dry brush him.
I don't think the buttons need to be any other color.
Brass, silver?
Well, look at them.
I think they look good.
I think
they look great.
They pop out a little bit more on top of the... Oh, I got to do them on his sleeves, too. Oh, and the backside. Goodness gracious, I'm not done with that silver. Put it away too soon. And clean the brush. Metallics are tough. You got to really clean the brush because they linger. Not actually, the paint doesn't, you don't see it, but when you'll paint another color and it'll have metallic flakes in it. Shoot. I would definitely, I would say the old metallics that Games Workshop did 20 years ago were great. I don't know if I really like the old ones. I might be alone in that, but I really thought they were fantastic back in the day. And they went on smooth. They were very thin applying and went on really smooth. I really liked them. I wish that they did not stop making them because I think the new ones are okay, but definitely I would go with I would try. I actually should be using it right now. The Vallejo silvers that I have. Well, you really hear the BB in there when you're doing it on the ball bearing.
Yeah, you can hear that bead.
Can't paint that because it's wet. Don't forget to get back to it. You know, Sebastian painted the whole Hell game too that he backed. The Simon Hell game.
Hate?
Or Hate, yeah, Hate.
He painted that whole thing?
Yeah, he did it all.
Jesus. Wow.
He's so good.
Impressive.
Well, there we go. I'm confusing it with Hellboy. See, look at that. See, this is the kind of flashing I should have removed. It's minor league, but it's still annoying. It's too hard to fix now.
Great.
Like, you need to do it when you see it.
Only you're going to notice that. I know,
but that's me, man. Wow, that Nuln oil takes a long time to dry. But it looks good. It looks good here. I didn't over apply it, and it makes the cracks in the slate or the whatever the hell that is, concrete.
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, I need to do the white, and then I'm kind of done. Well, except for maybe a few things I might have missed. But yeah, I like it. See how dark it is underneath his arm here? But it's kind of like how it would, I mean, it's dramatic, right? You're doing a dramatic amount of shading and stuff, but how else are you going to see it on a tiny little mini? There's some mold lines here on his arm too. They actually do a pretty good job of concealing it. I mean, all of that stuff that's what's really amazing about the GW stuff is they now have push fit, meaning you trim this stuff off the mold, the sprue, and then you push them together, and they hold like permanently if you do that. And they look fantastic because the way they've done it is the mold lines are generally based on the edges of the miniatures, so they're not really visible. I mean, there's still some, but for the most part, you can just go with it. He looks cool, man. Okay, here comes the teeth. This will be where I mess it up. White. Tremendous amounts. Yeah, the retarder would probably be good because it seems this stuff dries really fast out here. Okay, here we go. Probably should get a little water. So I'm getting a little bit of a hook on the end of my brush, which is not great.
Oh, one of the bristles is hooking back on itself?
They're just at the tip. It's, you know.
I can already see Basilicum gray. Basilicanum gray is going to be my most used color here.
Yeah.
Because they have so much rock on all the bases. It's like rocks. And I'm just painting the bases with that.
I got a little bit on his upper lip here. That's not good. I didn't even see that. I'll touch him up with a little bit of red because it's not coming off. It's crazy. I just put it on there, but you know, here it really dries ridiculously fast. Everything dries so fast. Yeah. That's why I can't leave the bottles open for very long because it'll be ruined. It'll be ruined. Oh wait, did I use? I didn't use this red. I used the Blood Angels red. Glad I caught myself. Yep. Actually, I think
there's the black shade on the red skull base dry matte. It looks good oily.
The black shade on the Nuln oil?
Well, that black shade is from the the zenithal, right?
Yes.
Like underneath the skin, underneath the red.
Oh yeah, all this stuff is
Skin.
just, this is from the airbrushing and the paint. It dries in wells into these little spots, into the nose, into these recesses in his skull. It was pretty dark in here, but I put a little bit of black paint in the eyes. But as you can see, I got a little bit of red on his upper lip, so I need to resolve that.
Oh, he means on the ground.
Oh, that's just Nuln Oil, right? It
That's
just
the
dries.
No, yeah, it'll dry, but it'll still look oily.
No, I don't think so. I think it
No?
will. I mean, it will look sort of like it's oily, but I mean, it won't have any sheen to it. It'll be pretty flat. I don't.
Yeah. Here's my Groot. If anybody's just now coming in with a contrast
Groot.
paint.
Yeah, Groot's like a fantastic one for that. There you go. I fixed
his. Yeah, I mean it's just one single color.
Fixed his
teeth.
A lot of. His eyes look pretty darn good. The oil is mostly dry, but I think I'm going to put a little basilicanum gray down there too. I got to wait for it to completely dry though. The metal buttons look good. I got them all. I do think I want to put a satin finish on his gloves. Let me try that right now. I haven't done that yet. So I bought some of this AK Interactive, which those guys are really not nice. So I'm not buying their stuff anymore, but it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
I'll probably paint his boots too. They should have a little bit of shine. We'll see how much of a shine it is. I used a different, I did not use these. I actually have, if it's bad, I can just put the Ultra Matte on. There's a matte varnish that's just as matte as can be, and it looks really good.
I missed a couple spots on Groot's head.
Well, just touch them up. Won't be a problem.
Yeah, I'm just gonna touch them up. I wish that the focus on this would catch. It's really hard to get any focus on this camera for some reason tonight. There we go.
Boy, that did not get dark on that top part of that strap. I got to put some more on. Well, when I do the basilicanum gray, I'll do it. I will let this dry before I decide to put any
more
on the boots. Might be too shiny, even though it's satin. I do have the matte. The matte will do it. It'll knock it down big time. I do need to do this though. It didn't stick there enough on the strappage. Boy, every time I pull this, it sounds like I'm just opening. You know how they have the little strands to hold it together?
Yeah, they have the. Yeah, I guess they clamp back together the little teeth.
I guess I don't know. I think that's just to make sure you're not opening. It's not been opened, but every time it sounds like I'm opening it for the first time.
That's what I felt that earlier with one of the ones I opened.
Well, that's what, when I was doing the red skull here a moment ago, I'm like, well, I opened this one already. This isn't a fresh open, but maybe it's just the teeth are rubbing up against each other when you're pulling it up. That's probably what it is. Well, there you go. That looks pretty good. was thinking about using strong tone.
So what is strong tone?
It is another kind of a wash. There's actually, there's other versions of this. This is the one Sebastian really liked. It's kind of got a brown color to it, but it really does a great job. It's also kind of a, like a inking kind of a wash. I'm going to put a little bit on the ground here and see what it does. But you can see it's kind of, it's got a brown color to it.
Oh, yeah. I need to get one of those tiles or something like that.
Oh, yeah, dude, they're cheap. You can get them at... I probably have one. You can, when I send you these games, I'll probably include it if you want. I've got enough of them. But yeah, see, now it's kind of got a... This really kind of looks oily, too.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think it looks good.
I'm already out of it, though. It goes...
Didn't
they have
put
like
enough on.
They have big containers of it, like pint containers or something like that of it.
A pint?
Yeah, it's a lot. But a lot of people use it a lot on the minis. I'm just trying to get it in the middle, not on top of my rocks.
I'm gonna do a little silver dry brush.
All right. But yeah, this kind of gives it a little bit more earthy tone here, is what I was hoping for. Seems to be doing it. His gloves are a little shiny. It's the same kind of effect. I don't know what is going on. I'm going to go with it, though. I think gloves are often kind of a little shiny, but...
Yeah, gloves are leather, right?
Yeah. Cool. I'd say he's pretty much done. I'd say he's done.
I think he's done.
I say we let him go.
Hey, Catalog 9.
Howdy. Howdy. He looks cool, dude. His face looks pretty good.
Yeah. Need to get my holder back out. I'm getting pain on my hand. I say we let it go. This is a makeup brush.
Oh, there, yep.
What's the brand? Elf? ELPH?
Elf, yeah, ELF.
ELF.
ELF,
It's doing a nice job here.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing for a $4, $5 brush. Did you try cleaning it like I was telling you to do?
I just washed it.
Okay, yeah. Don't get it too wet though, right? Because it's not really built to deal with like a regular brush.
Right.
Because it's not
Then how
really
should I wash
tight
it?
on the bristles.
Yeah.
It's not really tight. There he goes. He looks pretty darn good. That coat really looks great.
It's weird how this the camera can't focus on this for some reason. I don't know why. Let me see if I can get it closer to the camera. Oh, come on. Sort of focusing. Got to get my ring in there. It'll focus on my ring. There we go. Here, can you see that? I don't know if you can see the dry brush effects coming out.
Yep, a little bit.
A little bit. I might need a little bit more paint.
Let's see how the Hulk is now. Do I need any more paint on? It really doesn't look like I'm getting it on the edge very well here. And it's a good paint, so I don't know what I'm doing.
I need a little more silver.
Okay, strong tone covered up. You shake that paint up, maybe it's not thick enough.
Oh, maybe a little too much. Well, he's turning silver. Hey, Trashorama.
Chad, look at this. Look how good this guy's turning out. We used the Plague Bearer green on the I used it on the coat, and it really looks good. Better than I thought. And then Hulk turned out pretty good too. I figured out how to make his pants. I don't know if you actually saw, I think you might have saw it on the stream on Tuesday, but I did some work on his pants to make them a little bit more purpley.
Chas says that that coat pop's hard.
Yeah, it's pretty great, man. I mean, so that was the Zenithal highlighting in it. 2 coats of the Plague Bearer green, and it really looks good. I mean, the shadows are really great. Particularly all the folds of the fabric here up front are just crazy good.
Yeah. I have to redo this a bit.
His gloves are not as shiny. That looks good. They look like leather. Very cool. And the strong tone actually looks good on the ground too. It does a pretty good job. I could probably dry brush them if I want. Okay, black paint, you've got shaken up here. Let's see how you do. Oops, I'm not taking it off like that though. Use the eyedropper. Well, what's great about, particularly I think about this game's minis, is that there's a lot of them in here that you can, your skills can increase as you go along, right? Like I probably shouldn't.
Oh yeah, I mean I've got like another 40 minis sitting here in front of me.
Yeah, and you haven't even opened the big box yet.
Correct.
I probably should have waited just because of this is a new technique to me with the contrast paints. Not just with the Zenithal highlight. I should have waited on Captain Marvel. And you should wear lots of light and wear readers if you need them. I sure needed them. Cool. Let's do. I'm kind of already out of black paint. Did not put enough down. As
so a little more
usual.
A little more silver got on there than I wanted it to, but I think it looks pretty good actually.
On the coin?
Well, on the mask.
Okay.
You see it?
Oh yeah, that looks good. Wow, that looks great.
Yeah.
So you probably should have done that before you did the red.
Yeah. I repainted the red.
Yeah, but you can always do that. But yeah, it's probably better to do that. Like
Yeah,
you have to think about the steps.
Yeah, because yep. You're right.
I'm always the black on the edge of the mini guy on the base. It's very graphic, but I like it. I don't know why.
They're going to get specialized painting prescription glasses said to bring a model, and they will calibrate a pair for that focal length.
That's cool. I don't really, I mean, I think these cheaters that we bought at Costco, actually I think we bought these at maybe, maybe Tuesday morning. But we also bought some at Costco around the same time, and those are good too. Those are Nickies as well. These are really Nickies too. But I stole one pair because it was like 5 or 6 of them for reasonable price. But they do a good job. I really do want to get the glasses so that I can see across the table. That's what I really want.
How does that work?
There you go. You
Are they
measure the distance
magnifying
from your
and-
bridge of your nose or whatever to where you want to see, and they give you a prescription for that.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
I almost want to put some shiny stuff on his head, but I think that would be a mistake. Well, Hulk is done. Oof, I just touched that like a boob. Do not touch the base when you've just painted the edges. Because, boy, oh boy, you make a mess. Cool, man. That really looks great. Put him on the stick here. There he is. That'll look really cool on the table.
Yeah.
So one thing you kind of sort of should do is clear coat them.
Yeah.
I know that contrast paints are somewhat delicate, so it depends on how much you move
So they get
them.
knocked off a little bit.
Well, it'll rub off. So I
Okay.
have supposedly. I mean, again, these are AK Interactive. There's another company that's probably better. I have matte and ultra matte. But I've airbrushed them on and they work great. I think I've airbrushed them on straight out of the bottles. But I will probably coat all of these just to protect them. Give them a little bit more time to dry and then clear coat. There's some great spray clear coats you can put on, but I'm always paranoid about using rattle can stuff. I just feel I don't have as much control and I will overdo it.
Yeah.
That looks a little more brick-like, Scott. I put some of the strong tone over the
Yeah.
over the brown.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
So I'm going to put a little bit of the, did I bring it out here? I did, the oxide. I'm going to put a tiny bit of it on that girder underneath him, just to give it a little patina. They must have one that's like this that's not green. I don't mind the green one, but I would like it to be a red.
Oh yeah, don't they have a red oxide?
Well, they have this.
Martian iron.
Oh, maybe. This is that RZA Rust. I don't like it. I used their silver, the Necron one that I bought. That was the first one I bought, and I was like, this is pretty great. Of course, it's probably, as I said, it's pretty much dry. It's dry anyway. Maybe I'm being overreacting, but I actually shook this by hand the other day because I had the mixer on the table and it was nighttime and I didn't want to wake everybody up. But I very thinly apply this. I mean, I think it's a thin coat. It's a thin paint anyway.
I'm pretty happy with Iron Man. Ant-Man.
Ant-Man, yeah, he looks good, dude.
I wish I could get my camera to focus it right, but let me take a picture. Something weird with the focus in this room tonight. Maybe the lighting, since it's so indirect. You know what I mean? It can't quite
I thought we did okay the other day, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like having a weird focus day.
Well, I notice Adam has issues with it occasionally as well. Did you send it?
I'm trying to get him in focus. I can't. I cannot get him in focus. Come on. Why is it not focusing?
I've got to go in actually pretty soon here to eat.
Yeah, I think we're about done.
So I put a little bit of the. I actually probably should put some Nolan oil over, maybe some of the strong tone over it once it dries to turn it from less green to make it a little bit more rusty. But yeah, I need to look at maybe that Martian dust or whatever you're saying. See if they have it for me. Wow, that really looks good. I'm so excited. I need to actually find the other, see if they have that other rust stuff, because that stuff is neat. Hey, there's Scott's stuff. I can show them on the above. Now my phone is not. I should turn. I have it on. The battery on this darn thing has been.
Oh, I could put it on mine. Maybe it'll focus on my camera. I'll focus on it. It's just so weird that I have to like take a picture of it.
Yeah, he looks pretty good there. Of course, he's still not in focus. It's more like
I know it's weird. I don't know why.
It looks like it's focusing on the rocks behind him.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
It totally is. His arm is more in focus, and the rocks behind him there are like crystal. They're crystal. That looks good though, Scott.
No, I'm happy. Man. I'm happy with. Even though I over dry brushed it, I think I'm happy with the way it came out. Come on, camera. There we go.
Wow, I put a little bit too much of that green on there.
He looks rough. He's been through some rough.
Hey, it looks good though, dude.
And there's the coin. I don't know if you can kind of. I dry brushed the coin.
That's rad.
Get a little piece of that. Yeah, neat.
Well, I'm going to use.
I'm happy with that one.
I'm going to use this brush to dry brush the coin.
Adobe Lightroom Mobile makes your minis look good. Oh, now I have to check that out. Usually I take a portrait photo, which gives you that depth of field, you know, on the iPhone.
Right.
But it doesn't seem to want to like focus for some reason. There we go. That's better.
Okay, Strong Tone, help me out one last time here. Yeah, it's funny though. You know, Sebastian uses every tool and shortcut he can. He's done a lot. He was doing really great stuff with the contrast paints on.
Oh, that's my fan. I forgot to turn my fan off. That's what's making that light strobe.
Oh, I knew that earlier on. I should have told you.
Yeah.
Because I saw it and I was like, hey, that looks like water.
Yeah,
like
it's my light. I didn't turn off my room lights and my fan.
It was on your. I think it was on your. It was on your.
Video.
No, it was on your palette. Like I think it was on your. I was seeing it on your wet palette or something, and it looked like water was shaking, or you know. I was like, "What's that? That's cool." Wow,
so how am I washing the brush again?
How do you wash it? Oh, you're talking about that one. You get it damp.
Yeah.
You dip it in water just at the tips, and then you keep brushing it like you do when you're going to dry brush.
Okay. On a paper towel.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, this is Masterson, Scott, that makes this Rinsewell is the name of this little airbrush.
Rinsewell?
I mean, this little, it's like a cat waterer, but it's pretty great.
Yeah.
Because I like it because I get clean water pretty quickly. Because this pot gets dark really fast with paints. And if I'm going to use a white, I want to use a clear, clean water. Here we go. One last time of the clean of the brushes here. So like I said, when I use this, at the end, I will leave it, I'll get it as clean as I can get it, and then I leave a little bit of the soap in it to get the point, and it generally does a pretty good job keeping the point.
Is there a gold contrast paint?
No. No metallics.
Yeah.
I wish.
So Trash was saying he's seen people paint Iron Man using silver metallic, then using gold and red contrast. Probably orange contrast.
Maybe that's the colors. So that's what Adam did. He dry brushed Iron Man metallic, which I did not. I was going to and forgot, and then puts the red and the yellow. He did the ironed in yellow and one of the reds over it. They were a little too dark for me, regardless. You know, I mean, and that was just probably the nature of how much zenithal highlighting he did. Okay, I was going to leave some in the brush, and I didn't. And
I
then
said Nasdrag yellow.
Nasdrag, okay. I was thinking it was the Iondon, but it probably is. I don't have the Nasdrag. I need to get it before I do Iron Man.
The Iondon is definitely orange, an orange or yellow.
I need to get it. I really, truthfully, need to buy a few more of the colors. I need to spend a little bit more money. But the problem is, you know, 6 of those is $50, basically, you know.
I know.
That's a lot. It really is a lot. I like what they mostly do at Games Workshop, but they charge a lot. That's what's amazing about these, right? You get 50-some minis or more if you go in the base level on these.
I know.
And
it's one of the best deals out there.
And I mean, that's why I did it, dude. I'm painting them now, and I'm like, I'm having fun. I guess I should get the rest. I'm a sucker. I told Michael Ferrugia, the guy from Board Game Barbecue, I'm weak. I did it. We were both like bonding over the fact that we didn't go all in. And I'm like, I went all in.
You're like, I'm out.
I did it, man. I'm a sucker.
Like the bet.
Yeah. Wow, he really looks good, man.
Yeah, Captain Marvel's hair color came out nice on yours.
Oh, yeah? Captain Marvel's?
Captain Marvel's hair is a good color for Iron Man. That's the but it's really weird how that color looks more yellow for you.
It's very orange.
I mean, look what it's totally orange for me.
Again, this was mostly white. Like I airbrushed a lot of white on that because I knew I wanted it to.
Yeah, the more white underneath. This is a lot of darker.
Yeah, you're not going to. It's going to drastically change the tone of the color.
I need to do his teeth.
His teethuses.
I think I want to redo his hair too. I want to give him a darker hair because it almost looks like his hair is in his face.
Well, I've only got 3 done. I did work on. I did work on. And this isn't even done. I got work on her to do. But then I just got a little bit done on her, but I got really wrapped up in Red Skull. I really wanted to paint that one. I'm very excited about that one. But her, yeah,
the hair looks good.
Yeah, it really turned out quite good. And that one part I was worried about, Scott, where the injection, something going on there, it's totally fine. It'll be great.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
It'll be great.
They need a Karen Page mini, though. I'm disappointed they don't have a Karen
Page
mini.
I know. What the heck? They need to get him on.
She's not a superhero, though.
Did she ever have powers in the show?
I know nothing about that character, Scott.
I only watched the first season.
Yeah.
I'm sure she would tell you.
Yeah. I told her. So some people were saying some stuff about her character, and I said, oh, I need to watch it. She goes, no, they're being mean. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
They're being mean.
Yeah, they don't like her character.
It just sucks to be a female character in a comic book, man.
Additionally, she's like the voice of reason, I think. This is just based on what she was saying. She's like
no, she's the downer of the group.
Yeah,
like,
and it's like
she doesn't want. No, she is the voice of reason.
And people are not
nice
about it.
Of course, the fanboys don't want to hear any of that.
Yeah, which is too bad because Deborah's wonderful.
Oh yeah,
she's wonderful.
Amazing. Good to see her.
Yeah, it was really great. Oh my gosh, I was sitting so close to her, I couldn't even. I've never her smile was like radiant. I looked one point. I actually looked at her smile, which I'd never done before. I'm like, oh my god. So yeah, it was pretty funny. She's probably going, what is going on with that guy? Because I'd never really like been that close. We turned and both looked at each other, and it was laughing or something, and I was like, oh my God, her smile's insane.
Yep.
But yeah, she's great. Wow, those look great. Both
Here,
of them
I'll
look
take a
really
picture of my lineup of completed minis.
Yeah, yours is more impressive than mine.
Yeah, I don't. I'm doing fast and loose.
Yeah, but you need them. You need to get them done.
Very loose.
I still have 6 more to go. Oh no, 7 more to go, and I'm not even done with Captain Marvel here. But her hair looks cool because you know how it looks kind of like Flame in the movie.
Yep.
I'm going to try to do a little strong tone on the metallic here and see what that does. Probably will be pretty good. That's what I normally do on this kind of stuff. It helps, you know, put some of the contrast back into some, like the star here on her chest and whatever the heck's on her belt here, another little star-like thing. I'm supposed to go in. I better quit. Okay.
Yep.
Well, this was awesome. I want to paint more.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's really cool. I
think I just got to stop caring so much.
I'm so excited to be painting. I'm just excited to be painting with you. I like helping you along, and because I know. I mean, we had a great time painting those. Painting those.
Gene Stealers?
Yeah, that was so much fun.
That was a long time ago.
Sure was. 11 or 12 years ago. 11 and a half years ago. Wow, dude, they look great. They look great.
Yeah,
They're
they do.
So fun. Dude,
they'll be good tabletop.
Even the Hulk is so cool. I don't think you should worry about him, man. Look at his face.
I'm not. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah.
Look at his face. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's good.
That is really great. And Jude, Iron Man, holy cow. I mean, not Iron Man. We both keep saying that. Ant-Man. Fantastic. Impressive. Well, cool. That was really fun.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know when we'll come back. You have to let me know. I'm available most of the time.
Probably next week.
Yep. And then, well, we can maybe do it Tuesday or something, because we stream on Thursday evening. We're going to be on with our new friend Michael Ferrugia from Board Game Barbecue. He's a good guy.
Yep.
And I'd like to have on the other guys too. Adrian's the guy that reached out and to have us be on the show, and he's a really nice guy. And then we're actually gonna have an interview this weekend.
4 hours.
Wow.
We're at 4 hours and 18 minutes. Wow. Time went by very quickly there.
Is there an Ant-Man?
I got this Martian Iron Crust. I don't know if that's the one you're thinking of.
Is it red?
I bought all the a lot of the. Yeah, it's red.
Okay, I need to get that one.
I should paint some on something and see what it looks like.
Yeah, I got to get that one. What did you call it again? Martian Iron Crust?
Martian Iron Crust.
Okay, it might not have been available in the store when I bought it. I usually just go and look at all the colors and then buy a few. Like I'll have something I want to get. This was an example of one that I wanted to get, was the Hexwraith Flame one day, and I actually bought a few other things when I did that. This is what I wish they would put the contrast paints in, these taller bottles. These are 20 milliliters, I think? No, 24 milliliters. And contrast paints are 18. So it's only 6 more milliliters, but it's a bigger bottle for sure. I would like to have a bigger bottle of it.
We're just about to sign off.
Hey, good morning. Good evening to us, yes. Wow, this one really needs to be mixed up too. But yeah, we'll come back. I'm going to keep painting. I'm going to try to paint this weekend. I want to try to be about I want to finish Black Widow and get a few more of these under my belt. I'm excited to try to do Captain Marvel. I can't use, Captain America. I can't use the same blue for his, well, I guess I could.
What other blue is there though?
Yeah, well, there's these others.
You have the aqua.
I mean, this one, a Kellyan green is really a blue.
Yeah.
Griff Charger gray is another blue. I need to experiment with them and see. But yeah, that one is pretty great, the Talisar blue that I used on Captain Marvel's clothes. It looks really good.
Yeah. How much would you say for starting painting in terms of what colors you need? That is a great question. We answered it a couple hours ago.
I mean, it's
So we're
so
only
if
doing
you're-
contrast paints. Yeah.
Yeah, those are like, they're expensive. They're probably €7 or €8, €7 a bottle, I would imagine. And but they are great. They do a great job. I mean, you know, look at this is entirely painted except for the silver.
Show your red skull. Yeah.
This is entirely painted with contrast paint. So what you do is I painted it black, then I sprayed it with an airbrush. In my case, Scott did his with a rattle can, at an angle with white. So it's like the sun coming down on it. And it has these shifts in tone. And then I just put the wash. I put this contrast. This was actually Plague Bearer Flesh. I did 2 coats of it so it would be a darker color instead of the kind of the yellow that it is, the green yellow. And 2 coats of it on there, and it looks pretty amazing. And it looks, the lighting is really great. The red is 1 coat with a touch up of the Blood Angel red. And then
Blood Angel's red. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I use the blacks and the grays,
the silicanum gray
for the pants and for some of this leather, and then black, dark Templar black. Yep.
Dark Templar.
And then I used a fur, whatever that fur was called. Where is it?
Gore Grunta?
Yeah, something.
Gore Grunta fur?
Gore Grunta fur, yeah, that was the brick, and then I put some of that wash over it.
Yeah.
The strong tone.
Unfortunately,
but those are,
there's a good painting guide out there of the ones that you need to get. Like, I Googled it. If you Google it and look on YouTube, there's a guy who basically says, get maybe it's 10 total colors.
To start with. That's still a lot of dough.
It's still it's probably $100.
If it's €7 a piece, that's €70.
Yeah,
but
they're not cheap.
They go a long way, and they do a really good job.
Yeah. No, I mean
I'm an okay painter. I'm a pretty decent painter, but doing this in a couple of 4 hours we spent doing all these things. I was doing a few things at once, but not like Scott. He was doing a lot, but.
I painted 4 figures tonight.
I was thinking more, like between coats and stuff, which is a little bit overdoing it. But he looks cool. Turned out neat. His little teeth. But yeah, it's awesome. I really love it. I mean, gosh, this is going to look great. Really, really great. Yeah. It's so cool. And then this is the Captain Marvel I did. She's okay. I did it in too low of a light, but I did some fixing today. I got her face done a little bit better.
What did you use for the flesh?
I mixed it. That's white paint with some of the red. It looks pretty good.
Oh.
So that's actual paint, paint job.
With the Blood Angels red or the?
Yeah, I think I was using the Blood Angels red when I made that.
Okay. So mostly white though. Yep,
a lot of white. But I needed to fix the nose, and I've got to figure out how to make that have a little bit of shading because it's too. That's the problem with white.
You could probably do a wash on there, right?
White builds up fast. Yeah, I need to figure that out though, Scott. I don't want to use anything that's too much.
They have that Ryclan flesh shade. I don't know if that would do it.
It's right here. Ryclan flesh shade.
You could put like a little drop on there and maybe put a water drop on there too. I don't know if that would
and see if that does it. I also want to figure out the glowing. I'm going to need it for Iron Man because his repulsors, is that what they're called?
Repulsors?
I want to have it like a white dot on there and a little glowing, and then it'll be on his chest too, on his arc.
Cool.
Arc
well, we're going to bail.
Yeah, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
Lincoln's going to go eat dinner, and I'm going to go think about going to bed.
Yeah. Everybody, you take care and have a great weekend. It's already Thursday. Check out our season opener of Game Night. We did the loop, which is really fun. And we had Aaron and Deborah, which was fantastic. And Aaron's so much fun. It was great. His intro's really good.
Oh, I know. And he was so good at the explanation.
Yeah, he did a great job.
So good.
He's really great. He's really great.
Now, let me ask you this. Did you play once or did you 1 or 2 explanations? Just one?
Only 1 explanation. We just
it's like he didn't miss a beat.
We started to play again. We started to play again because we did something wrong on the missions. Like it only needed to be. I make a note about it because he says you need to do it 7 times, and we actually only do that 3 times. 3. Yeah. Exactly.
There was a couple missteps, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, but he's really good at it.
Oh,
He's
Aaron's
so
great.
good.
And it's his first teach in a long, he was feeling bad. I'm like, dude,
I know.
you're doing a great job. It's been a very long time since you've been teaching. So he did great. But it's a fun episode, and I actually figured out how to way to do some outtakes. I did one, I think, at the end of Paleo. There was something funny that we did at the last 20 seconds, just before the last 20 seconds on that one. So that was fun. Anyway, everybody take care. Have a great weekend.
I'll raid Board Game Spam. I think they're still playing something here.
Cool.
They're late nighters for sure.
Thanks,
everybody.
everybody.
No, they're finished.
Thanks for sticking with us, man. Some of you folks were there the whole time.
Oh no, they're still playing. All right, I'll raid them.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Did it go? Hey,
Not yet.
ready.
I have to wait.
Okay, there we go. Raid now. I see it. Cool, dude. This is great.
Yeah.
I found another mouse.